Okay, are we all here? May we start? Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to open the 44th session of the European Commission on Agriculture. I'm delighted to see many familiar as well as new faces amongst you. I would like to welcome all of you in person here or online, the delegations from the ECA members and representatives from the civil society, non-governmental organizations, research and academia, as well as youth representatives. First of all, on behalf of the Commission, FAO and myself, I would like to thank the government of Hungary for their generous offer to host this ECA session here in Budapest. Before we start our work, I would like to provide some information regarding the session, including relevant procedural information. This morning session will be held from 10 to 1 p.m. Lunch kindly offered by the government of Hungary will be provided in the hotel restaurant on the ground floor from 1 to 2:30 p.m. There will be no formal coffee breaks, but coffee is available outside the room during the session with some delights also served around 11 and 4 p.m. The afternoon session will begin in the plenary at 2:30 p.m. and we hope to finish by 5:30 if the tight schedule permits. If you are planning to read a statement and you have not yet shared, please send it to the ECA Secretariat email. Prior to delivery, please read it slowly and clearly to allow for high-quality interpretation. The Secretariat will always treat the text as confidential and check against delivery before including it in the report. And very important thing, in order to be able to keep schedule, the time of each intervention is limited for up to 3 minutes, and I would very much appreciate to follow the guidance. Furthermore, the European Union is participating in this session in accordance with paragraphs 8 and 9 of Article 2 of the FAO Constitution. I would also like to inform you that the European Union has submitted the Statement of Competence and Voting Rights by the European Union and its member states, which is document number ECA/44/25/EUM/3. I'm particularly pleased to acknowledge the participation of civil society, non-governmental organizations, and representatives from research and academia, as well as the private sector, as observers in the session. Following the practice of previous ECA sessions and regional conferences, observers are allowed to take part in the debates of the session under the relevant agenda items without having to wait until all members have spoken. If there are no objections to the presented arrangements, we would start the session. So I see no request for the floor. Thank you very much for that. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Oskar Okros, Deputy State Secretary for International Relations from the Ministry of Agriculture of Hungary, to deliver his opening remarks on behalf of the Hungarian government as a host country of this session. Mr. Okros, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm honored to welcome you to Budapest for the 44th session of the FAO's European Commission on Agriculture. This year's event holds particular significance for 2 reasons. First, it marks the 5th occasion as the first ECA meeting was organized in Budapest 10 years ago in 2015. And the second reason is that this year FAO is celebrating its 80th anniversary. 8 decades ago, after the Second World War, FAO was established as one of the earliest milestones of international cooperation, with the aim of ending hunger, promoting agricultural development, and ensuring the sustainable use of Earth's resources. Over these decades, the FAO has not only provided knowledge and technical support, but also became an advocate of values essential for sustainable development. Today, as we face new challenges to our agri-food systems, such as climate change, social inequalities, and the depletion of natural resources, FAO's mission is more relevant and important than ever. The main theme of this year's meeting is balancing productivity and sustainability in driving agri-food systems transformation. This matter is not only of economic importance, but also strategic and moral responsibility. It is our common interest to transform our agri-food systems in a way that ensures both high productivity and long-term sustainability, benefiting both present and future generations. We have a clear challenge ahead of us. We must ensure food security for a growing population while protecting our natural resources, mitigating the effects of climate change, and strengthening the resilience of rural areas. To this end, Hungary is implementing a comprehensive, long-term strategy focusing on sustainable and inclusive transformation of its agricultural economy. Hungary is committed to expanding organic and ecological farming, reducing the environmental footprint of food production, promoting circular economy, and supporting local food chains. Our policies encourage the use of agroecological methods and sustainable livestock farming systems, thus creating the balance between productivity and environmental responsibility. It is also important to highlight that digital transformation will be one of the most significant tools in shaping agriculture of the future. In Hungary, in line with our national digital agricultural strategy, we are developing agricultural data infrastructure, encouraging the adoption of precision technologies, and providing service and support to our producers and farmers. We are witnessing a spectacular and rapid technological transformation in the agricultural sector. We must show the younger generations that agriculture today is about farming with the most modern tools for precision and environment-friendly outcomes. Sustainable agricultural transition cannot be achieved without adequate financing instruments and strong partnerships. Due to international economic trends and regulations, there is a growing emphasis on sustainable corporate operations based on the integration of environmental, social, and corporate governance criteria. In line with these global trends, the Hungarian government has also recognized the importance of guiding domestic companies towards more sustainable practices. Hungary is committed to promote innovative forms of financing, such as green agricultural loans or investments that have a special focus on environmental protection. The main goal is not only to protect the natural resources and strengthen social responsibility, but also to ensure the long-term competitiveness of the Hungarian economy, especially in a global environment where sustainability is increasingly becoming a market and financing precondition. Farmers who prioritize sustainable agricultural practices and farm in an environmentally friendly manner will be eligible for more than 200 billion in funding this year. In addition, we also special attention to strengthen the public-private partnerships, especially in the areas of food processing and logistics sector. It is important to highlight that small and medium-sized farms cannot be left behind in this transition. We are providing them with special forms of support to enable their active participation in sustainability efforts. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the balance between productivity and sustainability is not a contradiction, but a necessary alliance. Hungary believes that a sustainable agri-food system is not only about protecting the environment, but also a key to our economic competitiveness and social stability. In this manner, Hungary wishes to play an active role in the global transformation of agri-food systems. I am confident that the exchange of our shared experiences and good practices will contribute to the successful renewal of agriculture in our region. I wish you all a very successful meeting, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okras, for your warm welcome. Once again, we would like to express our gratitude to the Hungarian government for hosting this event, and thank you for sharing with us the strategic priorities of the Hungarian government in the agricultural sector. Now let me invite Mr. Viorel Gutu, Assistant Director General, Regional Representative for Europe and Central Asia, to deliver his opening remarks. Viorel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 44th session of the European Commission on Agriculture. I'd like to take my turn to thank Deputy State Secretary Oskar Ökrös for the hospitality of Hungary to host this session. I'd like to also thank Deputy State Secretary, our very good friend of FAO, for this inspiring opening address. This year carries a special meaning for us, for all of us, FAO member states, as FAO celebrates its 80th anniversary. 8 decades of collective effort to eradicate hunger, improve nutrition, and build stronger agriculture and food sectors worldwide. This 44th session of the ECA is devoted to an issue that is both timely and crucial: balancing productivity and sustainability in transforming food and agriculture in Europe and Central Asia. Our region faces a unique combination of opportunities and challenges. We must increase productivity to feed growing populations with healthy and nourishing food and enhance rural livelihoods, while also preserving our soils, water, biodiversity, and the resilience of our farming communities. This is not a choice between productivity and sustainability. It is about achieving both together. FAO is responding to these challenges with its strategic framework 2022-2031 and the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and better life, leaving none behind. We will focus today on 3 key aspects of balancing productivity and sustainability. First, inclusive agri-food policies. We will discuss strategic approaches that can enhance the productivity and efficiency of natural resource use, resources which are the foundation of sustainable and resilient agriculture. Second, digital solutions. If widely accessible, digital tools from precision farming to data systems offer immense potential to modernize agri-food systems, close gaps in knowledge and access to inputs, and empower smallholders and agribusinesses. Third, resilient investment in the food and agriculture sectors. Unlocking sustainable and inclusive finance and strengthening public-private partnerships is critical to support farmers, rural entrepreneurs, and communities, and helping our agri-food systems withstand shocks. Additional and similarly important topics on the agenda include gender equality in rural areas, FAO's response to multiple crises in Europe and Central Asia, biodiversity for food and agriculture, and the situation and needs of rural youth. I am looking forward to this debate these days and get guidance from our members for the future focus. This is important in the preparation of our work planning for the biennium 2026-27 and also the preparation for the regional conference in 2026. In this way, I am confident that this European Commission on Agriculture session will be an opportunity to learn from one another, share practical solutions, and renew our joint commitment for the upcoming 8 years and more to make agri-food systems productive, sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. And before we begin, I'd like to invite you to join in watching a short video, a tribute to the women and men who are at the very heart of this transformation, the farmers who feed us and who feed the world. Big thanks to every one of you, but also I'd like to use this opportunity to really express the appreciation and big thanks to the farmers who feed us and who feed the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gutu, for sharing with us the FAO strategic, excuse me.
You're gonna have the video.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Here's to the hands, the weathered, calloused, sun-worn hands. The hands that plant, the hands that pick, the hands that mend the nets and guide the plough. The ones who rise before the dawn, whose hands keep the vital work going on, ensuring food and sustenance for all. The ones who listen to the land, who move in time with the earth's rhythm. You may not see their names in headlines, but their tireless work is in every grain of wheat, every drop of milk. They are the quiet guardians of forests, the fishers of ancient waters, the stewards of tomorrow. Some call them smallholders, but they are anything but small. They are the backbone of our world. And for 80 years, FAO has stood with them, side by side. Because together we nourish the world. We build a future that lasts. Here's to the farmers, the fishers, the forest dwellers, the rural communities. Here's to the hands that feed us all.
Now I can. Thank you, Mr. Gutu, for the beautiful video and also for your opening remarks, for sharing with us the FAO strategic priorities in the region and also FAO response to the multiple crises in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and priorities of the region. Thank you very much for your participation and for being able, after all night traveling to Budapest, to join us at this session. So with this, the session is officially opened and we can begin our work. But before that, I would like to announce that I was told that there are 2 iPhones left on the table outside this room, so please check if yours is in the pocket, on the table, or in the purse. Otherwise, go there and pick up. Okay. It seems that someone else left the phones outside. So let's move to the agenda item 1 and 2. The first item of business is the adoption of the agenda and timetable for the session. The Secretariat has prepared the documents and the agenda is document number ECA/44/25/1 and the timetable is document number ECA/44/25/2. Let me also inform in this context that 5 ECA members, France, Lithuania, Romania, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom, requested to move the agenda item 9, FAO response to the multiple crises in Europe and Central Asia, from the written correspondence procedure to live discussion during the session today. Accordingly, the timetable is introduced for adoption with this change included. Are there any objections or further proposals to the agenda and timetable as presented? I see no request for the floor. I therefore consider the agenda and the timetable adopted. Let's move to item 2, appointment of the rapporteurs. So prior to the session, Ms. Katarzyna Kowalska, Chancellor, Ministry of Agriculture of Poland, Isabel Wreke, Team Leader, Food Security, Ministry of Agricultural Fisheries, Food Security and Nutrition, have been nominated to be rapporteurs. In this regard, I wish to remind delegations that based on Rule 2.3 of the Rules of Procedure of the ECA, the Commission may elect 1 or more rapporteurs from among the representatives. Therefore, the Commission has no constraints on the actual number of the rapporteurs. Are there any objections to these nominations? Are there any other nominations? I see no objections or further nominations. I therefore consider these two nominated rapporteurs appointed for the session. Let's move further to the agenda item 3. Ladies and gentlemen, next on the order of business is agenda item 3, balancing productivity and sustainability in driving agri-food systems transformation. The background document number for this agenda item is ECA/44/25/3. This item is intended to introduce the main technical theme of the ECA session, and thus members and observers are requested to deliver their statements not under this item, but at the agenda items detailing the specific subtopics. The introduction will be done with the panel of distinguished delegates and experts. Now it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Tanya Santivanes, Agricultural Officer, FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, who will moderate this panel discussion to introduce the main theme of the ECA session. Tanya, the floor is yours.
Distinguished delegates, participants, dear colleagues, let me invite our panelist, Mr. Veikko Hens, Deputy Head of Division of Food and Regional Identity of Federal Ministry of Agriculture of Germany, please. Mr. Gennady Jangidze, Deputy Head of Agriculture and Rural Development of the Department of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture of Georgia. And Mr. Abdulaziz Absimametov, Head of Department of the Implementation of Food Security Decision of Ministry of Water Resources, Agriculture and Processing Industry in the Kyrgyz Republic. Okay. I will. Can you please see this? Thank you. Welcome to this panel on balancing productivity and sustainability in driving agri-food system transformation. The objective of this panel is to introduce the main topic of ACA session by sharing insights, experience on how three interconnected enables, it means strategic policies, digitalization, and sustainable inclusive finance, can balance productivity and sustainability in our region. I would like to begin with an anchor question for all our panelists. This is like an inspiring question because we need to think in the future. If we could imagine agri-food system in Europe and Central Asia in 2030, even in 2040, what bold choices today in policy, technology, and finance could make a difference in balancing productivity and sustainability to ensure the long-term climate resilient agri-food system? Okay, let's start with Mr. Hens, please. The floor is yours.
So could you help me? Okay. Thank you very much, Tanya. Yeah, thank you very much, Tanya, dear colleagues. Thanks for raising this crucial subject of discussion. I appreciate the invitation and the opportunity for that exchange. The focus of this discussion is not on individual aspects of sustainability or productivity in isolation. I think the key challenge is to achieve both at the same time. So providing food, especially for vulnerable groups affected for food insecurity, while protecting our natural resources within the planetary boundaries. And this is a complex and a very demanding task, but I think it's achievable. So we must not lose heart in the face of the multiple global and regional crises. Instead, we need to pool all our knowledge, skills, and actions and move forward together. We are dealing with highly complex socio-environmental systems with corresponding conflicting goals and actions under uncertainty. Yet a system approach is of great importance. It is extremely important that we continue to rely on knowledge and science-based policy advice and decision-making. The work of the FAO is invaluable because, as a knowledge organization with its standard setting and normative function, it lays the essential foundations for this. Germany, for its part, actively contributes to strengthening global food security, for example, through international projects, through our agricultural policy within the EU, and through strong support of FAO as one of the major partners. The central objectives of our agricultural policy in Germany are to create income opportunities for our agricultural businesses, enhance their competitiveness, and increase productivity in line with sustainability goals, and thereby ensuring food security. We also believe that innovation and digital tools must be accessible to all, to smallholders as well as larger enterprises. Equitable access to innovation and fair international cooperation will be decisive in this transformation. In this way, it enables us to address productivity and sustainability simultaneously in the transformation of agriculture and food systems through technical and digital progress, the protection of natural resources, and the active participation and support of those directly affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's listen also our colleague from Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you very much. Moderators, colleagues, partners. Kyrgyzstan is a mountainous country. It's a source of water for Central Asia, where our agricultural system depends on water. Climate change is already changing the flows of our water, and we have a water shortage in irrigation. We can see this at the level of farms and communities, and that's why productivity and sustainability is a constant problem for us. It's not just a theoretical issue. We thank the FAO and its partners for helping us to digitalize in this area and to sustainably manage our pastures, and we'll continue to work in this area. What decisions do we think we need to take? Well, in terms of policy and regulation, we'd like to focus on reforming subsidies where we're paying more for results, in particular in terms of the green economy. We also have indicators on water. As we are a source of water for Central Asia, we think that every drop counts. It helps us with irrigation, and also we're modernizing our irrigation systems in the countries in the region. Agricultural monitoring is also important, and it helps us in managing our pastures, and we'll continue to do that in the future. That's briefly what we're doing. Thank you very much.
We would like to hear from Mr. Jangitse.
Thank you, Tanya. By 2030, agri-food systems across Europe and in Central Asia must be simultaneously more productive, ecological, generative, and climate resilient. By 2040, those systems should deliver higher yields per unit of natural and human capital while restoring soils, safeguarding water resources, and supporting viable rural livelihoods. Achieving this requires shifting policy, technology, and finance now so productivity gains compound rather than deplete long-term natural capital. For bold policy choice, I would say repurpose subsidies for ecosystem outcomes, that is to redirect input subsidies toward payments for ecosystem services, results-based grants for soil and water restoration, and procurement preferences for sustainability certified products. For technology choices, I would say scale farmer-centered digital public goods, that is to invest in interoperable platforms delivering weather, soil, market, and advisory services in local languages to ensure accessibility and inclusivity. Promote precision and decision support tools to expand the use of remote sensing, variable rate inputs, and AI-driven pest and nutrient forecasts to increase productivity while reducing waste and emissions. For finance choice, to use blended finance and de-risking instruments, deploy concessional capital and public guarantees to mobilize private investment in sustainable value chains, climate-smart irrigation, and decentralized processing facilities, ensuring equitable access to finance for smallholders and marginalized groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you for your valuable insight and experience. Definitely, thoughtful policy choices are often the bridge between vision and action. And this will determine whether technological advance as well as financial flows are directed toward productivity and sustainability. Now we will move to the second question. This second question is for Mr. Asimametov as well as for Gennady Jangansi. This is more related to examples. Which examples? Can you please share inspired examples from your country or institution demonstrate how strategic policies and or digital innovation have improved crop productivity and sustainability along the key lessons learned that we can use in the future practice? Let's start with you, please, Gennady.
Thank you. Digitalization has become a cornerstone of Georgia's vision for the modern, competitive, and sustainable agri-food sector. Strategic policies and digital innovations have improved crop productivity and sustainability by enhancing farmers' access to timely information, strengthening climate resilience, and promoting sustainable practices. One notable example is of the government-led initiative to expand the early warning system for multidimensional threats and use of climate-related information in 2 pilot regions of Georgia. The system so far integrates 13 agrometeorological stations and a remote monitoring network for harmful insects to provide early alerts on climate risks, pests, and diseases. This proactive approach helps farmers reduce losses and adapt practices, improving productivity while safeguarding natural resources. In parallel, FAO has played a crucial role in supporting Georgia's digital transformation through initiatives such as the establishment of demo plots showcasing good agricultural practices, integrated pest management, and weather advisory systems. The Digital Villages initiative, launched in 2024 in Georgian rural areas, aims to digitally empower farmers by enhancing access to modern technologies and services aligned with Georgia's agricultural rural development strategy 2021 to 2027. A key innovation is the integration of a Metos-donated weather station into the UNDP-developed Georgian Climate Services for Agriculture app. This platform delivers localized weather forecasts, alerts, irrigation advice, and educational resources, enabling farmers to better plan and respond to climate variability, thereby boosting productivity and sustainability. Key lessons learned from these experiences include the importance of building farmer-centered digital solutions tailored to local contexts and languages, ensuring accessibility and usability, combining technology deployment with capacity building and extension services to maximize adoption and impact, fostering partnerships between government, international organizations, and the private sector to leverage resources and expertise, and ensuring pilot programs include robust monitoring and feedback mechanisms to inform scaling and adaptation. These insights provide valuable guidance for future practices aiming to enhance agri-food systems, resilience, and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gennady. Now, let's hear from our colleague, Mr. Asimametov.
Thank you very much. We're proud of certain examples as a country. First and foremost, we developed a law on pastures in 2009 that allowed the pastures to be managed by communities. This meant that we were able to address issues around the use of infrastructure and also to reduce conflict. The lessons that we learned from this process was that when the community has control, productivity increases and sustainability increases, and there's also transparency. We're also digitized our monitoring on this issue. We also said earlier, as I said earlier, that each drop of water counts. Our areas have got a range of sensors that allow us to know about what's happening with water in real time. This allows us to reduce conflict over water. We're also trying to roll out this system across the country. What we found is that local solutions give us a better effect than those that are introduced at other levels. We're also receiving help from the FAO, which helps us to deal with agro-monitoring. With the FAO, we've been able to develop a system that means that when it comes to sugar, we're able to provide the whole country with its sugar domestically. Climate insurance for livestock is also a system that we are introducing, where families have been able to receive feed in advance that has helped them to manage the issue. We're also dealing with green growth. We adopted a law on organic production. This is the legal basis for the certification and marking of organic products. The lesson is legal certainty and the ability to export products with added value. There's unification of different farms in this area that they're bringing with them their lessons and also upscaling their production. There's interest in this area, and we are planning to expand organic production in Kyrgyzstan. We're also working on service centres and introducing a model for service centres for farmers, where farmers receive access to state services, markets, and that is the basis for them to take decisions. We'll also have some 30 of these centres, which will undergo digitization in the future as well. There's also other areas we're working on with farmers where each farmer gets access to their own office, where they have indicators of each particular farmer and consider whether the farmer is working with green economy and so on, and that allows them to access subsidies that can help to develop in that direction yet further. Thank you.
For these good examples, really inspired examples, and involving policy, involving innovation, the digitalization, as well as involving small farmers. This is really very remarkable, and I think that different countries can manage also in this way to considering these examples. Thank you very much. Now we will move to the third question, which is the last question, maybe the most complicated question, because this is related to money. Okay, so this will be with for Mr. Hens, and how can countries scale up and better align finance with sustainability priorities and promote financial inclusion, ensuring that agri-food systems are productive, sustainable, as well as inclusive? The floor is yours, Veiko.
Thank you, Tanya, again. Yes, thank you very much for the comprehensive background document, which rightly underscores the sustainable and inclusive finance together with strong public-private partnerships. It's indispensable for the transformation of agriculture, food, and food systems. In this regard, we underline the need for the effective and of innovative financial instruments with clear financial additionality, such as blended finance, which can de-risk investments and mobilize additional private finance, guarantees, and other risk-sharing mechanisms, public-private investment funds, as well as green and blue bonds. Better coordination and harmonization of these tools is crucial in order to maximize their impact and to ensure that they contribute to long-term transformation. The EU is rolling out Global Gateway to achieve such aims, including the climate, energy, and agriculture and food space in Central Asia. In Germany, the Landwirtschaftliche Rentenbank, which is Germany's development agency for agribusiness and rural areas, provides funding to banks involved in financing agriculture, its upstream and downstream sectors, and rural areas. Our goal is to increase the innovation and competitiveness of the agricultural sector and support the transformation process towards greater sustainability. Promoting innovation within the agricultural sector and the rural area strengthens competitiveness, sustainability, and also food security. Agriculture-related startups, for example, are important drivers of innovation in this regard, as startups ensure the necessary transformation towards greater sustainability and productivity. The interests of farmers, practical solutions, and consumers, safe, sustainable products, has to be taken into account equally. To achieve this, we have set up a special support program through Landwirtschaftliche Rentenbank. The focus is on the early financing. The eligibility for funding is reviewed by an advisory board panel of experts, and funding is provided as a long-term, low-interest, subordinated loan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hens, for sharing with us your remarkable perspective and the government perspective. Without adequate and inclusive finance, even the best policies and technologies cannot reach their full potential. This is for sure. And let us remember also that financial inclusion, especially for women, youth, and smallholders, is cornerstone of sustainable development. Dear participants, today's discussion has underscored that transformation of agri-food system in our region is not a matter of selecting productivity or sustainability. It's about integrating both concepts to establish robust and resilient agri-food system in the region. Thank you very much for your attention, and please a big applause for our panelists.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santives. Thank you to all panel members for the interesting introductory discussion to set the scene for today, presenting the innovative practices and approaches for transformation and enhancing of the food systems and the lessons you shared with us that you have learned to upscale the production, to add value to the agricultural production, and to work towards the sustainability of agri-food systems, and especially describing the new innovating financial instruments. I would like to close the agenda item number 3 of our agenda and move to the item 4. Our next item is agenda item 4, strategic policies and approaches towards more efficient, inclusive, sustainable and resilient agriculture to improve cropping systems, productivity, natural resource efficiency and sustainability. The background document for this item is document ECA/44/25/4. I would like to once again ask Ms. Tania Santivanes to introduce this item and also to introduce the panelists. Tania, the floor is yours. There are no panelists here. Okay.
Thank you. Just a second. Okay, good morning again. Please, the presentation, Roland, but I don't have the... Okay. The presentation, could you please? Okay. Next slide, please. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, agriculture remains a fundamental pillar for rural livelihoods, food security, nutrition, and ecological stewardship. Globally, it contributes about 40% of GDP and supports the livelihoods of around 40% of the world population. In Central Asia, the sector is even more significant, accounting for 20% of GDP. Crop production is a fundamental branch of agriculture. In our region, it is essential for local consumption, serves as a source of income for many, and contributes to overall economic and social development. However, we have a facing significant challenge that threatens our agri-food system. Monocultures, unfortunately, dominate agriculture practices, reducing resilience and biodiversity. Crop production heavily depends on chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which can undermine not just soil health, also our health. While pesticide use in Europe, in the European Union has stabilized due to the strong policy framework, in Central Asia, it continues to increase due to the fragmented policies coordination. Our soils are under pressures. Over 60% of European Union soils and 80% of farmland in Central Asia are degraded. This comes along climate-driven shocks, floods in Western Balkans, droughts and water scarcity in Central Asia. Additionally, socioeconomic factors such as inadequate incentives for smallholders and rapid urban migration add to this complexity. So these realities demand urgent and integrated solutions. Our response lies in three interlinked pillars that enhance productivity while safeguarding natural resources. These pillars focus on principles for enhancing efficiency and sustainability. Second, transformative approaches. And the third, integrated policies. Key principles focus on enhancing water and energy efficiency, improving soil health, promoting biodiversity, additionally fostering education and capacity building with encouraging governance and policy coherence across the sector must underpin integrated policy approaches. Moreover, these principles lead to transformative approaches including climate-smart agriculture, conservation agriculture, agroecology, regenerative agriculture, circular economy, as well as the utilization of technologies, including frugal innovation. And when we are speaking about integrated policies, the integrated policies should simultaneously address multiple objectives, including improving crop yields, conserving resources, and protecting ecosystems while ensuring farmers' inclusiveness. This obviously requires a strong intersectoral policy coherence across agriculture, water, energy, environment, trade, and rural development. So it is important that all these sectors can work together. And in order to scale integrated policy effectively, it is essential to overcome three main barriers: misaligning incentive structures, limiting institutional capacity, and gaps in equity and participation. And in our paper, also we outlined some policy direction. So in this sense, it's important to create and strengthen a mechanism where agriculture, water, energy, environment, and trade policies work together to promote sustainable growth using system approach. This is important, using system approach. Policy should reflect local needs. Empowering small farmers, women, and youth in decision-making ensures their voices are heard and leads to better solutions. Countries must collaborate to solve shared problems. This is important to strengthen this interregional collaboration. We should also rethink financial systems to provide incentive for sustainable practice, encouraging green innovation in business as well as in communities. Finally, training programs, networks, and innovation labs can help to integrate climate-smart approaches into agriculture and environmental practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, for the presentation introducing the item agenda. Now I open the floor for the participants for their statements, their views and opinions on this item agenda. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor first and to break the ice? Denmark, please.
Thank you very much. I think first I would like to take the opportunity to thank the chairperson and the ECA Secretariat for arranging the meetings over the next 2 days. Over the years, the European Commission on Agriculture has offered a welcome opportunity for the European Union and its member states to strengthen technical dialogue and cooperation on agriculture and food-related issues with other members of FAO's Europe and Central Asia Regional Group, and also the regional office here in Budapest. Chair, I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegro, Moldova, Serbia, and Norway also aligns themselves with this statement. We would like to thank FAO for providing such a comprehensive background document. We praise the systematic approach used in the analysis, and we encourage the organization to further develop its approach. We welcome FAO's proposal to analyze holistic and integrated agricultural approaches and innovative policies as a cornerstone for aligning agricultural productivity with sustainability and the organization's commitment to supporting member nations in their efforts to meet national commitments in line with the SDGs and the Rio Conventions. We share the opinion expressed by FAO in the background document that ensuring food security over the long term requires better integration between productivity goals and environmental limits. Solutions must be found that combine environmental and climate goals with sufficient levels of agricultural production to ensure that the productivity of agriculture and food systems increases while we deliver on the green transition. The EU recognizes the crucial role of agriculture and food systems in safeguarding food security in the context of climate change, and accordingly calls for the promotion of climate-resilient agricultural practices, enhancing long-term productivity. Making agriculture and food systems more efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient should address structural problems such as dwindling natural resources, increased pressure on land, oceans, and inland waters, biodiversity loss, water scarcity, increased soil degradation, food loss and waste, and growing fragility and inequalities. The basis of the already functioning agriculture and food systems is the wide range of plant varieties and livestock breeds used in agriculture. And it is our common interest to maintain and develop these genetic resources. Moreover, the impacts of climate change, particularly prolonged droughts, destructive rainfall and floods, affect communities' resilience, forcing displacement and increasing conflict and social unrest. The EU strategy documents such as the communication of February 2025 called A Vision for Agriculture and Food, Shaping Together an Attractive Farming and Agriculture and Food Sector for Future Generations, have therefore increasingly sought to combine agricultural production and sustainability. Farming the food sector can contribute to the EU's climate objectives while preserving healthy soils, clean water and air, and protecting and restoring Europe's biodiversity. Within this framework, all segments of the agriculture and food system should be much better prepared to withstand the effects of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, use natural resources sustainably and efficiently, and operate in line with the One Health approach. The EU Common Agricultural Policy promotes numerous sustainable agricultural practices, including organic farming, integrated pest management, agroecology, agroforestry, high nature value farming, carbon farming, precision farming, improved nutrition management, water, soil, and greenhouse gas emissions management, and other innovative approaches. The EU policies also aim to create an enabling environment for agriculture by putting research, innovation, knowledge, and skills at the heart of Europe's agriculture and food economy, fostering digitalization and supporting advice. The European Water Resilience Strategy is one of the examples where sustainable food systems are recognized as a major ally in tackling the effects of climate change. Accordingly, the Common Agricultural Policy offers support for practices and investments that enhance water efficiency and circularity and improve water retention, whilst curbing nutrient and pesticide pollution. That includes support for organic farming and the promotion of water-resilient farming practices such as precision farming, drip irrigation, water reuse, improved soil management and pesticide use, landscape features and more climate-resilient crops. We invite the FAO to work with governments to develop collaborative frameworks to ensure the inclusive and sustainable planning, financing, governance, and implementation of the policies and approaches that seek to combine productivity and sustainability concerns, but exploiting synergies such as through redirecting environmentally harmful subsidies and support the process of agriculture and food systems transformation at the global, regional, and national levels. For our part, we are interested in learning about member states' experiences, and we stand ready to work with countries in the region to make agriculture more efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Denberg. I invite Uzbekistan now. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Ms. Chair and distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture of Uzbekistan, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the FAO and the Ministry of Agriculture of Hungary for their warm welcome and hospitality, as well as excellent arrangements for this session, and we acknowledge the work of Executive Committee. Uzbekistan commends the Secretariat for preparing this important background document. We fully share the assessment that agriculture in Europe and Central Asia faces multiple challenges: climate change, land degradation, biodiversity loss, and fragmented policies. This is a call for integrated and forward-looking solutions. In Uzbekistan, we have drawn lessons from our historic reliance on wheat and cotton. While these crops once ensured stability, they also created water stress, soil salinity, and loss of biodiversity. Recognizing these risks, the government has undertaken fundamental reforms under the Agriculture Development Strategy 2020-2030, aimed at ensuring food security, raising productivity, and reducing rural poverty. Over the past few years, 250,000 hectares of cotton and wheat fields have been converted to diversified crops and distributed to more than 800,000 rural citizens. We are also advancing innovation, expanding horticulture, scaling up modern irrigation systems, and promoting renewable energy solutions at the farm level. In partnership with FAO, Uzbekistan is piloting digital villages and smart farming, while farmer field schools are building knowledge and resilience across the rural communities. Our efforts are receiving international recognition. In July of this year, Uzbekistan was honored to be elected to the FAO Council for the period 2028-2029. We view this membership as both as a privilege and a responsibility to strengthen regional cooperation and promote sustainable agri-food transformation. At the same time, we acknowledge the challenges that remain, expanding advisory services, ensuring equal opportunity for women and youth, and strengthening agri-environmental data and monitoring systems. Dear colleagues, Uzbekistan firmly believes that national reforms will achieve their full potential only in the context of stronger regional cooperation, particularly in managing shared water resources, restoring degraded lands, and conserving biodiversity. We therefore strongly support the call for coherent, integrated policies, and we stand ready to work closely with FAO and all regional partners to build agri-food systems that's efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. I thank you.
Thank you, Uzbekistan. I invite Italy now. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairperson, and welcome to all our distinguished delegates. First, Italy aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and its 27 member states, as just delivered by Denmark. Climate change, resource depletion, and growing food insecurity exact decisive action, particularly in vulnerable regions. Italy contributes to this essential debate and is committed to building a model of agriculture that is inclusive and deeply rooted in tradition and innovation. This transformation should also take account of the principle of food sovereignty, which is to say, the right of each country to define its own agricultural policies, protect its farmers, and ensure adequate access to safe, high quality, and locally produced food. Food is not only a commodity, it is a right, and is tightly linked to national cultures and identities. For this reason, food sovereignty must enable each country to shape its own agricultural model, according to local traditions, environmental conditions, and the needs of its population. Our national strategic plan under the Common Agricultural Policy is based on an ecological transition for a sustainable growth from an environmental, economic, and food security viewpoint. It supports small-scale producers as key custodians of food, culture, and territory, promotes agroecological transitions, and values biodiversity as a key to resilience in the future. Italy has a deeply rooted tradition of agricultural diversity, as local varieties and ancient farming practice coexist with cutting-edge research and innovation. Biodiversity must not be treated as a niche concern, but as the basis of a resilient, productive, and sustainable food system. It ensures the adaptability of crops and the resilience of ecosystems. Yet these resources are under serious threat, going from climate change to environmental degradation and the erosion of traditional knowledge. The Italian Ministry of Agriculture, Food Sovereignty and Forests is working closely with scientific institutions to map and preserve such resources by using advanced tools like genomic sequencing and bioinformatics. This enables to identify valuable genetic traits such as drought tolerance or disease resistance that can be integrated into modern breeding programs and enhance at the same time the peculiarity of local varieties. Moreover, Italy is promoting sustainable practices for land use that protect natural ecosystems, soil fertility, and pollinators, which are critical allies in maintaining agricultural productivity. Italy is also supporting research in climate-resilient crop varieties, improved livestock genetics, and nature-based solutions that enhance carbon sequestration and soil health. This transition requires inclusive policies, strong rural networks, and the preservation of local knowledge, which are essential to food system stability. For this reason, we strongly support enhanced international cooperation through the integration of diverse knowledge systems and the sharing of best practices, so that our policy frameworks be characterized by multidisciplinary research and be rooted locally. We want to strengthen partnerships, mobilize scientific expertise, and invest in climate-resilient agri-food innovation. Together, we can ensure that food systems be not only productive, but also fair and sustainable for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. Croatia. I invite Croatia. The floor is yours.
Hvala, Lydia. Good morning, distinguished delegates. Croatia fully agrees with the joint statement of the EU and its 27 member states delivered by Denmark. We recognize the importance of the topic under this agenda item and thank FAO for its systematic and comprehensive analysis that rightly highlights the need to balance productivity with sustainability and climate resilience objectives. We believe that resilient and sustainable agriculture and food systems are key to long-term food security and support the promotion of the climate resilience agriculture practices, sustainable management of natural resources, and the integration of innovative solutions that enhance productivity while responding to environmental challenges, taking into account the needs of the sector. In line with the European Union policies, we emphasize the importance of research, innovation, knowledge transfer, and digitalization in agriculture as key driving of competitiveness and sustainability, particularly in the context of climate change adaptation and mitigation. Croatia also highlights the importance of sustainable water and soil management, biodiversity protection, and reduction of food losses and waste as priorities that contribute to greater resilience of agriculture systems. Therefore, the Republic of Croatia welcomes the adaptation of the EU strategy on the resilience of water resource at a time when the issue of water resource management is of paramount importance for sustainable development, food security, environmental protection, and adaptation to climate change. We look forward to further collaboration with FAO and member countries to share experience and strengthen joint efforts to build an agriculture that is more efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Thank you.
Very much, Croatia. I invite France. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la.
Thank you very much, Chair. France aligns itself with a statement made by the EU and its 27 member states. I'd firstly like to thank the Hungarian government and our colleagues for the warm welcome and the excellent organisation. I'd also like to thank our colleague from the FAO for that very thorough presentation. France would like to underscore that in a context of multiple crises that may arise at the same time, it's important to adopt a holistic and systemic approach to strengthen resilience in agriculture. This includes climate, environmental and economic resilience, sanitary and phytosanitary resilience, and social resilience. Developing solutions to improve agricultural resistance to the impacts of climate change is an absolute necessity. However, this is not enough to ensure sustainability in agriculture. This systemic approach means adopting strong and ambitious agricultural policies, as well as mobilising all stakeholders in the agricultural ecosystem. We also need to use the work of competent international organisations, for example, the work of the quadripartite using a One Health approach, which help to strengthen resilience when it comes to sanitary and phytosanitary aspects. Finally, France would like to underscore the need to encourage all forms of innovation for productive, sustainable and resilient agriculture systems, while ensuring that these innovations are adapted to the needs of farmers and are accessible. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, France. Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairperson, and good morning, everyone. Switzerland thanks the FAO for the comprehensive background paper. We share the view that fragmented and input-intensive approaches undermine resilience, food security, and environmental sustainability. We support the call for a systems approach and a systemic food systems transformation, and the recognition of the important role of agroecology in the policy recommendations. In our view, agroecology provides a holistic pathway for this transformation. It puts farmers to center and integrates productivity, biodiversity, climate resilience, and social equity in a locally adapted manner. Policy coherence is essential. Policies for agriculture, climate, biodiversity, land, water, energy, and rural development should be aligned to avoid contradictory incentives and to ensure that efforts towards sustainability are effective and mutually reinforcing. Switzerland attaches great importance to the right to adequate food. It should systemically be integrated in national policies to ensure that these policies advance both sustainability and human rights. Quantitative data on pesticide active substances per hectare alone have to be interpreted with caution, as it was in the paper you provided. The volume does not reflect application frequency, environmental risks, and toxicity. We would like to draw attention to the Target 7 of the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework regarding this issue. This target aims to reduce the risk of such substances to levels that do not harm biodiversity. Water use planning is also essential. Strategic and multi-stakeholder approaches should ensure that clean and enough water is available for all users: agriculture, population, industry, and ecosystems, now and in the future, including across borders. The consumption side of agri-food systems also deserves greater attention. Aligning diets with nutritional guidelines and reducing food waste and losses could significantly improve public health and reduce environmental pressures. We encourage stronger integration of consumption-related strategy in policy frameworks. Finally, we wish to underline the critical role of gender equality and equitable access to knowledge and technology. With regard to paragraph 65 and the FAO's actions to support countries in implementing their policy priorities, we would like to remark the following: to place greater emphasis on food security, healthy nutrition, highlight agroecology as a guiding principle, incorporate resource efficiency and circular economy, make digitalization more socially inclusive, emphasize global responsibility, and sharpen the normative and evidence-based role of the FAO. We already provided these concrete additions in writing. Switzerland remains committed to advancing strategic, evidence-based policies that foster resilient cropping systems and sustainable resource use. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Switzerland, and thank you all for keeping the time of your interventions up to 3 minutes as requested at the beginning of the session. That will help us to keep the schedule. I invite now Azerbaijan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegation of Azerbaijan is pleased to be part of the 44th session and is confident that we will be successfully mobilizing our efforts, synchronized our thinking and strategies to achieve sustainable and resilient agriculture in our region and in our respective countries. For Azerbaijan, agriculture is more than just an economic sector. It's the guarantor of our food security, the main source of livelihood for rural populations, and the cornerstone of ecological balance. Today, agriculture remains the primary income source for a large portion of the rural population. In Azerbaijan, agriculture accounts for about 5% of GDP, and more than 40% of the population lives in rural areas. Moreover, 35% of the total employment is in this sector. This is why every reform in this sector carries not only economic, but also social significance. One of the government's top priorities in recent years has been to increase resource efficiency and build more productive farming systems. Efforts have been made to consolidate fragmented land plots, paving the way for larger and more technologically advanced farms. This step strengthens both economic efficiency and the modernization of agricultural production. As a result of these measures, during the last 10 years, total value of agricultural production increased for 2.3 times in actual prices, reaching to 13 billion Azerbaijani manats in last year. Efficient use of water resources is also a vital issue. Azerbaijan has limited water reserves, and climate change has only intensified the challenge. In response, drip and pivot irrigation systems are being introduced with strong state subsidies. At present, 63% of arable lands are irrigated, and the target is to apply modern irrigation methods on at least 40% of irrigated lands by 2030. At the same time, the introduction of the Electronic Agriculture Information System, ECTIS, has played a transformative role. By digitizing farmer registration, subsidy payments, and crop structure management, the system ensures transparency and more precise governance. And there are over 700,000 farmers and also householders that have been registered in this system. Now we are working on other electronic instruments like classification of the best farmers, application of artificial intelligence, and we're sharing it with the countries, friendly countries from the Central Asia, but also those that are in the neighborhood. So upon its finalization, we'll share its good results also with FAO. A key condition for success in agriculture is strengthening human capital. Azerbaijan is actively promoting the involvement of women and youth in farming through tailored programs. This approach not only increases employment, but also fosters social equity and economic inclusiveness in rural areas, expanding women's access to land and financial resources, encouraging youth-led agri-startups, and providing training opportunities stand at the center of this inclusive agenda. For us, inclusiveness is not merely a social goal, it's a strategic factor that directly contributes to the resilience and sustainability of agricultural production. Our policies also prioritize sustainability and ecosystem protection. In the Karabakh and East Zengezur economic regions, the green zone concept is being implemented. Here, agriculture is built on the foundations of clean production, renewable energy, and smart resource management. To preserve soil fertility, government also subsidizes the practice of leaving land fallow, which reduces overexploitation, allows nature restoration, and helps safeguard long-term productivity. Well, climate change represents one of the most pressing challenges for Azerbaijani agriculture. As the host of COP29, our country has committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the sector and improving the ecological efficiency of land and water use. Carbon sequestration programs, afforestation, soil erosion control, renewable energy projects, and initiatives that convert agricultural waste into bioenergy are being promoted to support these commitments. Just to mention, Baku Climate Action Week has also started its work, and Mr. Gutte was part of this very event as the keynote speaker, and I think we will be successful to hand over this very estafette from the European region to another region, Brazil, and we will also demonstrate our ability to cope with these challenges. Globally, food systems are confronted with crises stemming from climate change, water scarcity, land degradation, and rural demographic challenges. Azerbaijan is shaping its agricultural policies with these realities in mind: modern irrigation and water monitoring system, land consolidation reforms, the development of climate-resilient seed varieties, and the adoption of innovative agro-technologies are all integral parts of our national response. Distinguished colleagues, Azerbaijan's experience shows that applying digital tools, promoting inclusiveness, managing resources efficiently, and protecting ecosystems together can make agriculture more productive, sustainable, and climate resilient. We are committed to continuing this path, strengthening international cooperation, and contributing to the global transformation of agri-food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Azerbaijan. We are moving to Turkey now. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to thank FAO and the Hungarian government in the name of our Minister of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey for bringing us together here with this very important agenda. And agri-food systems across Europe and Central Asia are under growing pressure from climate change, water scarcity, soil degradation, biodiversity loss, and demographic shifts. These combined challenges threaten productivity, food security, and rural livelihoods. Therefore, the need for policies that balance production with environmental sustainability has become more urgent.
Turkey has made agri-food systems transformation a national priority. In 2024, we launched a comprehensive agricultural production planning policy that places water at the center of planning. This data-driven framework guides what crops should be planted, where and how much, based on local water availability, soil structure, climate risks. Initially, the policy focuses on 13 strategic crops, including cereals, pulses, oilseeds, potatoes, and onions. Support programs, subsidies, loans, and credit incentives have been aligned with these production goals. Farmers cultivating these crops in designated areas benefit from enhanced supports, while satellite-based monitoring and registration systems ensure compliance and transparency. Implemented at both basin and provincial levels, this approach prevents overproduction or shortages, optimizes resource use, and strengthens farmers' income security. Building on the outcomes of the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit, Turkey adopted a sustainable food systems roadmap and as a pilot country of the Convergence Initiative, launched its Convergence Action Blueprint in 2024. This also aims to advance climate-responsive and finance-aligned and inclusive actions. Our efforts also extend to climate-smart and regenerative agriculture, precision irrigation under water efficiency mobilization, crop diversification, renewable energy-powered irrigation systems, conservation tillage, and strong support for rural women's cooperatives and youth entrepreneurships. By combining strategic production planning, innovation, digital tools, and sustainable finance, and by strengthening regional cooperation through farmer field schools, living labs, and cross-border data sharing platforms, we aim to build agri-food systems that are productive, resource efficient, climate resilient, and socially inclusive. Turkey remains committed to supporting FAO's vision of better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, and leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. The next participant to contribute to the discussion on this item agenda is the representative from the Russian Federation. The floor is yours. Oh, I'm sorry. The Republic of Moldova is my mistake.
Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Moldova aligns itself with statement of European Union in its 27 member states, delivered by Denmark. The Republic of Moldova remains firmly committed to advancing efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient agri-food systems, particularly in the context of our EU accession path. Our agricultural sector faces unprecedented challenges, the compounded effects of climate change with severe droughts recorded over the past 3 consecutive years, as well as the disruption caused by ongoing war in Ukraine. These shocks have placed significant pressure on cropping system productivity and the resilience of rural communities. In response, the government has engaged in an ambitious reform agenda to align with EU acquis, while at the same time introducing innovative and climate-smart practices. We prioritize sustainable land and water management, the adoption of no-till and minimum-till technologies, and the wider application of agroecological approaches. These measures not only improve yields, but also conserve natural resources, enhance soil fertility, and strengthen our capacity to cope with increasing climate variability. Equally important is our focus on inclusiveness. Smallholder farmers, who form the backbone of Moldovan agriculture, require targeted support to remain resilient and competitive on both domestic and international markets. We're developing programs that provide training, advisory service, and access to modern technologies and procedures. Digital tools are also increasing, integrated into policy and practices, helping farmers access timely information, manage risk, and connect to value chains. We appreciate FAO's valuable contribution in supporting Moldova's transition towards sustainable and resilient agriculture. We count on continued cooperation with FAO and with our European partners in advancing knowledge transfer, sharing best practices, and strengthening institutional capacities. Such collaboration is critical to ensuring that Moldova's agri-food systems remain productive, environmentally sound, and socially inclusive, thus contributing to the global objective of achieving better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Moldova. And now the Russian Federation, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Distinguished colleagues, first and foremost, I would like to thank the FAO office in Budapest and the government of Hungary in the form of the Minister of Agriculture for their hospitality and for the organisation of this event. It's always pleasing to come here. We can feel that there is a constructive spirit and a wish to work with all, without exception. We thank the FAO for their comprehensive analysis of the problems in the region, connected first and foremost with the plant production sector. The natural anomalies that we see make this sector one of the most vulnerable in agriculture as a whole in Europe. Given our vast territory and the number of different climate zones it contains, Russia carries out very close monitoring and undertakes the necessary measures to reduce risk for agriculture. The most recent analysis demonstrates that around 100 million hectares in Russia suffer from potentially dangerous natural processes. These include drought, heavy rainfall, unusual fluctuations in temperature, floods, and others. Russia is therefore perfecting its existing and also introducing new practices on water efficiency and reducing methane emissions. We're also working on fighting soil erosion, introducing agrochemicals, and developing targeted farming. To improve our productivity, we're devoting particular attention to plant selection, choosing strains that are adapted to climate change, first and foremost those that are adapted to cold conditions and also to droughts. Our closest and most promising partners are the states of Central Asia and the Caucasus. For them, plant production is an important source of socioeconomic development, and like Russia, they are also facing problems with droughts, a lack of water resources, desertification, and soil degradation. Our cooperation with the states in Central Asia is developing both through drawing in the potential of the FAO, and in particular the office in Budapest, as well as the liaison office in Moscow, and also on a bilateral basis. We make use of different programs, including comprehensive programs, that consider the provision of technical assistance, training, and capacity building for personnel, joint research work, and also drawing in the private sector to investment in the relevant projects and programs. We'd particularly like to note the programs jointly with FAO in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. Having said this, we're open to cooperation with all countries in the region, and not only those in Central Asia. We think that cooperation on a basis of respect and considering interests gives us good opportunities to overcome the problems that we face and to prevent possible new risks in the transformation and adaptation of our agri-food systems in order to guarantee food security in the region, in our region, and also in the world as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I invite now the representative from CEFTA. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished colleagues, delegates, on behalf of the CEFTA as an observer to this session, we would like to sincerely thank you, the FAO and the Hungarian Ministry of Agriculture, for inviting us to contribute to this important discussion on transforming agri-food systems, but as well for the background document shared. CEFTA's journey in facilitating regional trade in agricultural and food products has shown us firsthand how closely productivity, sustainability, and market integration are connected. Looking ahead, we see significant potential and crucial needs to further deepening collaboration with FAO in three main areas. First, and the most important one, in developing strategic policies and risk-based approaches. In this regard, CEFTA has already taken important steps by endorsing common procedures on plant health and food security and safety. With FAO's expertise and support, we look forward that these frameworks will go further by embedding climate resilience and sustainable practices. FAO's cooperation for CEFTA came at exactly the right moment for us. The CEFTA parties intensified their focus on monitoring potential trade distorting effects, where FAO provided the tool to make this possible, some kind of a unified methodology on data collection based on the WTO rules in regard to subsidies in agriculture. This was a breakthrough for us that will guide more fair policies, build trust among the CEFTA parties, and of course strengthen coordination and cooperation with international partners. We are to the finish line to establishing a formal CEFTA working group in the CEFTA framework that will focus in strengthening the cooperation with FAO in this regard. Secondly, and the most important, is the CEFTA's digital platforms that are laying the foundation for a smarter and more integrated regional market. By ensuring this, we have the seed system, which has demonstrated its values, where we have nearly 50,000 certificates exchanged among the CEFTA parties through the CEFTA Traces and team. For CEFTA, it is important and crucial that the cooperation and inclusiveness are at the heart of building a future where the farmers, businesses, and communities can thrive. CEFTA remains committed by shaping strategic policies together to strengthen productivity while protecting our natural resources, ensuring that agriculture is our region, in our region is not only efficient but also sustainable and resilient for generations to come. Therefore, we look forward to continuing our partnership with FAO, guided of course by evidence, inclusivity, and our shared ambition to make agri-food system in our region more sustainable, innovative, and fair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, CEFTA. And now I invite the last contribution to the discussion provided by the representative from the civil society organization. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the Nilini Europe and Central Asia Food Sovereignty Network. At the heart of our region's agri-food systems are peasants, pastoralists, fisher people, and indigenous peoples. They provide food, care for ecosystems, and sustain territories, yet their rights are constantly undermined by fragmented policies, market deregulation, and corporate capture. We insist on full implementation of UNDRIP and UNDRIP. To guarantee these communities the rights to land, water, territories, and seeds. Peasant seed systems must be defended as collective right of peasants, free from patents, digital biopiracy, and commodification. Pastoralist mobility, grazing lands and customary institutions must be respected, while fisher people need protection from industrial fleets and aquaculture expansion. Without these rights, there can be no food sovereignty, no biodiversity, and no resilience. What ensures fair incomes is not technology and market left unregulated, but strong public policies. Policies must guarantee decent prices, regulate markets, and protect rural communities from unfair trade. These policies create conditions for transition towards agroecology, which is not simply a set of techniques, but a societal transformation, addressing biodiversity loss, climate change, and the long-term resilience of agricultural ecosystems, while driving an economic paradigm change to social and solidarity economy, health and social justice together. Youth, generation renewal, and gender equality and equity are key. Women and youth must gain real access to land, resources, and decision-making spaces. At the same time, the latest State of Food Security and Nutrition report in the world shows alarming levels of food insecurity even in high-income countries. We need food social security, territorial and local markets, and solidarity procurement to connect small and medium-scale food producers to consumers, ensuring healthy food for all while sustaining small-scale production livelihoods. We also want to respond to the background document's emphasis on so-called emerging technologies such as precision agriculture, vertical farming, and controlled environment system. Nilini Eka position is clear. Digitalization and other techno-fixes are not neutral tools. They concentrate power in the hands of corporations that control data platforms, patents and infrastructures, reinforcing inequalities and creating new forms of digital colonialism. Far from solving the climate crisis, these approaches financialize nature and undermine farmers' autonomy while diverting public resourcing away from real solutions. The real innovation is agroecology, rooted in peasants, fisheries, pastoralist knowledge, collective systems and territorial markets, which provide systemic answers to biodiversity loss, climate change, and rural poverty. If we want to face the climate crisis while still producing healthy food, states must invest politically, financially, and technically in agroecology, and not in false solutions. In conclusion, we urge FAO and member states protect the rights of peasants, pastoralists, fisher people, and indigenous peoples. Implement UNDROP, regulate markets through strong public policies, and support agroecology as a real pathway for innovation and societal transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all ECA member countries, international organizations, and civil society representatives for their interventions and valuable contribution to this item agenda. If there are no further requests for the floor, I would like to close the discussion on item number 4 of our agenda. And is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/44/25/4? If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document will form part of the report from this session. Thank you all once again. Now we move to the agenda item 5, harnessing digital solutions for agri-food systems transformation. The background document number for this item is ECA/44/25/5. I would like to invite Ms. Daniela Di Gianantonio, Head of Digital Agricultural in the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, who will moderate this panel discussion to introduce the item. Ms. Di Gianantonio, you have the floor.
So good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here and to welcome you to this segment dedicated to harnessing digital technologies for agri-food system transformation. And of course, we heard it towards the discussion today, digital technologies hold immense potentials. They can help farmers improve their productivity, manage their resources more efficiently, but also access new markets, access new financial opportunities. But they also bring some risks and so some important questions. Are they creating new costs? Are they really reducing costs, already creating new burdens? Are digital tools really accessible for all? And this is the dilemma that our background paper has been highlighted and that we will discuss today. So how can we harness digital technologies, both as a driver for productivity, but also as an inclusive tool for sustainability? We have not prepared a presentation to walk you through the paper. I'm sure all of you has read it. What we would like to do is to pause for a moment and have you listen to the perspective, to a different perspective, read the paper through different lens, the lens of the youth, the lens of the next generation. And so I would like to invite on stage Charles Darapisa, digital agriculture analyst and intern with FAO, to give his own reading of the paper.
We live in a moment of crisis. We cannot deny the fact that emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and big data and remote sensing are changing the ways farmers operate. From optimizing inputs to enhancing predictive decision-making, we cannot deny the fact that we are moving towards a more digitalized futures. But I am not here to celebrate potentials. I am here to ignite your curiosities. Are we asking the right questions? Are we moving to the right trajectory to harness the full potentials of these agricultural innovations without leaving no one behind? When I see drones fly over a field, I see big data that can assist in targeted precision farming. But farmers see cost, they see risk, they see uncertainties. When I download a mobile app that can track food and product movement across value chains, I see efficiency and reduced food spoilage. But farmers may see it as a complex system, a system that may never reach their market and their far-flung communities. And lastly, when I read about artificial intelligence, it's smart enough to predict droughts, and even before pest strikes, I see that the future of food resiliency is very promising. But the farmers may see it otherwise. A digital divide is expected to smooth out over time. Excellencies, dear guests, I personally do not believe this. As an active member of the youth sector, I hope that policies and investments align with strategies that can create an ecosystem of digital solutions, strategies that prioritize innovations across genders and generations. But where are these strategies? Where are they? Or maybe I am also wrong here. Maybe these strategies do exist. And if they do, these next questions should be easy to answer for all of you. Is the push for digital transformation really about sustainability? Or is it another form of market disguised to expand the business of technology providers, the big players as we call them? Rural broadband is the backbone of digital transformation. But strengthening digital connectivity takes time. So how do we ensure that the urban-rural and the gender-based digital divide can be tackled as we wait for these investments to happen, as we wait for the decisions of the select few to conclude? We do our best so that farmers can trust digital tools. But should we instead be asking, how can technologies earn that trust? We are not here to wait for someday. We are not here to accept for half measures and quick fixes. We are gathered here today to change the systems now from the ground with the voices of the youth and where women and smallholders are at the front seat. So today I challenge the room. To those who believe in produce more with less, show us an example where digital technology has reduced risk and input costs for the farmers. And to those who believe in smallholder potentials, let's build platforms that are intuitive, low cost, and locally adaptive and co-designed with farmers. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Charles, for reminding us that digital technologies is not just about technology, it's about people, it's about farmers, the farmers of today, the farmers of tomorrow, and the consumers of tomorrow. We will now shift gears into a quick fire conversation, and I would like to invite on stage Ms. Natalia Buglar, Interim Chief of Public Policy Coordination and European Integration Department from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia. Yeah, we can try. Works.
Yes, I think, yeah, it works. Yes, great.
Thanks a lot, Natalia. So I have a few questions for you that will help us delve and prepare the floor for the discussion.
Sure.
And I would like to start a bit broad on the key fundamental question of our background paper, which is, so can we really harness digital technologies to deliver really both on productivity, so competitiveness, but also on sustainability? We know there is tension between these two objectives.
Yes, thank you, Daniela. Thank you for this opportunity. I think that both can reinforce each other if they're applied smartly. In Moldova, precise farming and digital tools like crop monitoring and pest management prove themselves to be very reliable tools in ensuring high productivity. And the key is to invest smart and to make both of those tools to work together rather than to work apart.
Thanks a lot, Natalia. And can I ask you, so you mentioned smart investments, can I ask you if you could choose just one digital innovation with the most immediate impact on climate resilience in agriculture, what would that be?
I would say it would be the early awareness system. It's something that I saw in the countries that I visited recently. It would probably give the farmer the best chance to reply to the climate shocks that we've been experiencing recently, as well as the disease outbreaks, and would help them to reply fast, smart, and precise, and make the results better and more efficient.
Absolutely, and I think we heard early warning systems several times already in today's discussion. So talking about early warning system, this is one of the, as well, key recommendations from European Union to its upcoming members. And this is a bit the perspective for the next question, because of course the EU accession process makes digitalization mandatory, non-negotiable for EU pre-accession countries like Moldova. But somehow the systems that countries need to introduce, such as the Ajax, the FADEN, we can see them as a bit compliance system, right? And are not necessarily or by default creating value services for farmers. So can you tell us a bit of the Moldova experience and how you are trying to balance this trade-off, creating values and not just compliance?
Sure. We actually just came back from the screening for the 3 chapters that were in the responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry of Moldova. And I think the key is to see these not as compliance, but rather the tools to improve, because all the digital tools that are proposed by the European Union to be implemented are dedicated to improve ultimately the product that is placed on the market, and thus ensure the customer, the consumer, that they are purchasing the product that is safe. The goal of our farmers, as well as of the ministry, is to ensure that we align with those standards. And to have digital tools that combine all of those possibilities is imperative. And have access to traceability, to online certifications, digital tools that improve time efficiency and travel time for farmers, it's imperative. It's rather, I would say that then compliance is rather a plus for Moldova.
And so you've mentioned several digital tools, several digital services for farmers. But as we heard from our youth representative and several mentions before, we are at risk, and the risk of creating a new digital device, because these tools, these services need to be really, truly accessible for all. So farmers need to have access to rural connectivity, but also to the infrastructure. They need to have the ability, the literacy, the digital literacy to access them. So my question for you is a bit thought-provoking, and are we really at the beginning of a new digital divide, also looking at new technologies, emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence? Is this a new digital divide, or is this just an inevitable step in the process?
From Moldovan perspective, I would say about 5 or 7 years till today. I would say the divide is clear and is apparent. However, today, when the new generation is stepping in, and they are very information and knowledge hungry, they are trying to connect with any way they possibly can. The divide is still present in rural areas. The connectivity is not always persistent everywhere. However, being a small country that has a smaller surface, it is very easy to ensure the connectivity for us, and that is one of our priorities too. When we can't ensure connectivity for each individual, we make sure that we have connectivity at the central rural area. We have a project that I know that other countries already have implemented, such as agriculture and chambers, that can provide connectivity and advisory services. So we are very much so working towards connecting everyone to the knowledge and training system.
So now the next question. If you could enact one policy tomorrow for digital agriculture, what would that policy be?
Probably bigger investment, just because we touched on this subject just now, is, I would say, the bigger and targeted investment in the rural areas concerning the connectivity. Because ultimately, the information and knowledge can be obtained at the advisory center, for example. But if you want to connect your digital tools on your farm, you still have to be connected to the internet. So if we can apply targeted investment in those areas and ensure the connectivity for younger farmers, any farmers that don't have it, I think that will be a great success.
Thanks a lot, Natalia. Thank you very much for all the perspectives you shared, and I think they really helped us set the tone for the discussion and intervention from the members. I would like then to give the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm opening the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer or representatives like to take the floor? Denmark, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you for the presentations and the dialogue, and congratulations to Moldova on your recent elections, and good luck with your continued accession process. Madam Chair, I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Bosnia-Herzegovina, Moldova, Montenegro, Norway, Serbia, and Ukraine aligned themselves with this statement. The EU and its 27 member states would like to thank FAO and its regional office for Europe and Central Asia for the background document and their work in the region over the last 2 years. We acknowledge the work by FAO in providing an overview and analysis of the application of digital solutions in the transitions towards productive, sustainable, and resilient agriculture and food systems, and also highlighting the opportunities and barriers of these technologies in the region, while we also acknowledge the region's diversity and disparities. We would also like to thank the FAO for identifying examples and best practices for a successful digital transformation and providing insights from across the region, and also for their concrete policy recommendations and suggestions as to how members could embed digitalization within broader agricultural and rural development efforts. We call on FAO to continue its support for countries in designing and implementing digital transformation pathways that balance productivity, sustainability, resilience, and inclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Denmark. The next is France. The floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. France aligns itself with the statement made by the EU and its 27 member states. France underscores the importance of the teaching, training, research and innovation continuum, which helps to overcome climate and environmental challenges and to transform agriculture and food systems. Developing agricultural teaching also helps with generational renewal in agricultural and agri-food sectors, and to raise awareness among young generations about using digitization for productive, sustainable and resilient agriculture and food systems. We need to create and strengthen the links between academic research and farmers by encouraging experimentation with digital technologies within agriculture in order to ensure that the technologies developed respond to the needs of farmers and production lines, or production chains rather. Finally, France would like to underscore the importance of remaining vigilant when it comes to data protection and respecting the confidentiality of private data when using digital tools and AI. We also need to respect the needs and rights of different users, ensuring digital sovereignty for farmers and transparent use of data. I would like to recall France's commitments when it comes to capacity building and reducing the digital divide with the continued Global Digital Compact, which was adopted at the Summit of the Future in September 24. During the AI Action Summit, organised by France and co-chaired by India in February 2025, France and its partners launched the Current AI Foundation in order to transform AI into a common good, led by ethics, transparency and inclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, France. I invite Italy now. The current Vice Chair of the European Commission on Agriculture, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, Italy would like to express its gratitude to the Hungarian government to host us in this very beautiful city, and to the FAO regional office for organizing this important meeting. Italy aligned itself with the statement of the European Union and its 27 member states as just delivered by Denmark. Today, agriculture is called to address new important challenges, such as ensuring food security and eradicating hunger at global level in accordance with SDG 2, It is also called to foster a more sustainable food production that contributes to climate change mitigation and adaptation, and to create more resilient food systems. In this context, technologies are essential to accelerate the transformation of agricultural system in light of sustainability and resilience. In Italy, over the last 50 years, the growth of agricultural productivity has been substantially promoted by investments in innovation, research, and development. However, technologies do much more than boosting productivity. They are essential to implement sustainable, efficient production systems that respect environment, human health, and animal welfare. Technologies and innovation have therefore the potential to significantly advance the agricultural sector if used efficiently, both in small cooperatives and large farms. However, these ongoing processes entail challenging obstacles that need to be addressed with the right approach. For instance, gaps in digital literacy, particularly among older generation of farmers, constitute a great barrier. It is essential to promote the training of farmers and operators and to make the strategy of farms evolve. Indeed, digitalization entails not only the use of modern agricultural machines and technology, but also a new approach to food production and business strategy. Moreover, each automation process is associated with the professional reconversion of agricultural works. Indeed, such processes imply an increase in the level of required professionalism, which the risk of low qualified manpower to be cut down. Taking this into consideration, public policies are required to implement social protection schemes and programs to sustain livelihoods during the transition. At international level, Italy is committed to provide a valuable contribution to development of agriculture in less developed countries and to promote training projects for farmers. Another critical issue is represented by the large initial investments required to digitalization process that are often difficult for small farmers to be born. Cooperatives can accelerate the digitalization in agriculture by offering advantages like the sharing of resources and competencies, training and advice, the creation of digital platforms, and the promotion of innovation among associated farmers. Finally, adequate investments in infrastructure are critical to boost digitalization. For instance, telematic connections are crucial for the development of rural areas. They are the basis to develop a modern business organization and an efficient production processes, and also boost infrastructure of the most remote areas. Honorable colleagues, in conclusion, Italy would like to renew its commitment to work with FAO to support the transformation of the agri-food system through the promotion of technologies and innovation and the reduction of current gaps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Italy. Now we move to Croatia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Croatia fully aligns itself with the joint statement of the EU and its 27 member states. Croatia supports the work done by FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia on empowering smallholder farmers, family farms, and youth through inclusive rural transformation, digitalization, and innovation. For the successful development of this concept, the involvement of all participants in the food chain is important. Although there is a growing interest in the precision agriculture and the use of smart technologies in Croatia, their application in the field is still limited. The Common Agriculture Policy Strategic Plan contains targeted measures related to youth, digital transformation, and sustainable production. For example, support is provided for young farmers, including financial help to start a business, as well as investments in digital tools, sensors, and software solutions to modernize production. Croatia would also like to point out the importance of transferring knowledge and innovations to farmers and forest owners and encouraging their participation in the creation and exchange of knowledge and experience. Effective implementation of the existing policies, better informing and empowering young people and women, and investing in digital competencies are key towards sustainable, future-oriented rural transformation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Croatia. The next is Uzbekistan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Uzbekistan welcomes this discussion and thanks for the excellent background document on harnessing the digital solutions. We share that the view that digital solutions are central to the transformation of agri-food systems. In our country, this commitment is fully reflected in a new presidential decree and roadmap adopted in August 2025 on accelerating the introduction of modern technologies in agriculture. This reform sets an ambitious agenda to digitalize crop planning and irrigation across more than 4 million hectares, to unify more than 30 existing information systems into a single agroportal platform, and to expand access to 100 digital services, including drones, robotics, and other smart technologies. Uzbekistan's ongoing reform agenda prioritizes deepening digitalization, optimizing land use, and strengthening governance across sectors. These measures underpin our agriculture modernization, enabling more precise resource management and better integration of rural communities into national development. It's equally critical to invest in human capital. Training programs and digital literacy will ensure that farmers, especially youth and women, benefit directly from these innovations. We have witnessed successful projects carried out by the EU Agri Innovation Groups as well as FAO Smart Farming initiatives, which have contributed to the digitalization of cultivation, increased productivity, and improved market access. We therefore reaffirm our readiness to work with FAO and other regional partners to ensure that digitalization delivers inclusive, sustainable, and resilient agri-food systems for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Uzbekistan. Next is Turkey. You have the floor. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Turkey strongly supports the vision of advancing the transformation of agri-food systems by balancing productivity, sustainability, and inclusiveness, and attaches particular importance to the digital solutions for agri-food systems transformation. Digital technologies provide unique opportunities to improve efficiency, strengthen resilience, and reduce environmental impacts. At the same time, access remains unequal, particularly for smallholders, women, and youth. We are addressing these disparities through initiatives such as young farmer projects, women's cooperatives, trainings, and digital agriculture programs. It is crucial to ensure that no one's left behind in the digital transition. Turkey has taken concrete steps in this field. Public investments in digital agriculture infrastructure have been expanded, with smart irrigation systems and remote monitoring tools increasingly used at farm level. Our ministry has supported pilot initiatives on precision agriculture, data-driven decision support, and digital early warning systems. Through national programs, grant and loan mechanisms are made available to young farmers and entrepreneurs to promote the uptake of modern technologies. Moreover, innovative digital platforms, such as online marketplaces and cooperative-based applications, have been introduced to strengthen the market access for small producers. In cooperation with FAO, Turkey has also implemented projects under the FAO-Turkey partnership programs, which place emphasis on sustainable natural resource management, food security, and digital innovation. These projects not only support national progress, but also provide valuable contributions to neighboring countries in Central Asia and beyond. We remain committed to working with the FAO and member nations to scale up inclusive and farmer-centered digital solutions. In our view, bridging the digital divide and embedding inclusivity in every stage of the digital transformation process will be key to building resilient and sustainable agri-food systems for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Turkey. I invite Ukraine to deliver the statement now, and after that, Switzerland. You have the floor, Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. At the outset of my intervention, I would like, first of all, to express our gratitude for warm hospitality and well organization of this important session. Ukraine welcomes FAO focus on digital transformation as a driver of sustainable, inclusive and resilient agri-food systems in Europe and Central Asia. We strongly support embedding digitalization within agriculture recovery and resilience strategies, especially in countries affected by war and systemic shocks. The current war of aggression by the Russian Federation continues to devastate Ukraine's rural areas, damaging digital and physical infrastructure, supply chains and production capacity. This highlights the urgent need to integrate digital resilience tools into recovery strategies. Ukraine's State Agrarian Registry, developed with the joint support of EU, World Bank and FAO, has become a crucial e-government tool that ensures transparency, subsidy management, and crisis assistance during wartime. This best practice could be scaled across the region. The registry interacts with other registers, including State Land Cadastre, State Register of Animals, State Register of Pesticides and Agrochemicals, State Register of Legal Entities, Individual Entrepreneurs, and Public Organizations, and others. Since September 2022, more than 60 state support programs and international technical assistance programs have been implemented through the registry. More than 200,000 users were registered in SAR, mainly individuals. Despite the ongoing war, Ukraine is advancing innovative digital solutions for logistics, coordination, traceability, and market access, thereby helping to maintain global food security and support vulnerable importing countries. Ukraine reaffirms its commitment to advancing digital transformation as part of broader agricultural recovery and resilience, contributing to global food security and aligned with FAO's strategic framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. Switzerland, you have the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Switzerland welcomes the document on digital solutions for agri-food systems transformation and appreciates its balanced presentation of both opportunities and challenges. We would like to particularly highlight the sections on inclusive systems, access for smallholder farmer and youth, digital literacy, and gender equality. Therefore, we welcome and support the recommendations on knowledge and innovation systems, the extension and knowledge co-creation, the gender-sensitive approaches, and financial mechanisms for smallholder, and the development of farmer-centric systems, which take the points above well into account. From Switzerland's perspective, the recommendations could also be further strengthened by promoting specific digital solutions for small-scale and low-input systems, such as agroecological approaches, then explicitly addressing public-private partnerships in the developing and scaling of digital solutions, making the dimensions of food security, healthy nutrition, and food waste and loss reduction more visible, and placing greater emphasis on the co-creation of context-specific and scalable solutions and the need to make digitalizations more socially inclusive. We already provided the specific additions and suggestions to the recommendation in writing. Practical experience shows that successful digital advisory services respond to users' needs, involve multiple partnerships, and foster iterative learning processes. The involvement of users, especially women and young people, is crucial, even though low digital literacy remains a challenge. Digital solutions will make an important contribution to the transformation of agri-food systems, provided they are inclusive, participatory, and tailored to the needs of the most disadvantaged. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. The next statement will be delivered by the representative from the Russian Federation. You have the floor, please.
Madam Chair, colleagues, we think that the digital transformation should be adapted to national and regional conditions and should be of benefit to everyone, from agro-industrial holdings to smallholders. I've already heard a similar thesis when we discussed the previous agenda item from the representative of civil society, and we share that position. In order to save time, the full text of our statement will be sent to the Secretariat, and I will just touch on a few aspects. I hope that the interpreters will be able to find their place in the text. In order to resolve the problems of digital transformation in Russia, and in particular in southern regions, we are introducing the following methodologies. Automated irrigation systems based on data from soil sensors providing information about moisture. This has allowed us to reduce the use of water by 40%. We're also making use of satellite mapping and analysis on the basis of artificial intelligence to define the best time for sowing seeds and also harvesting. Also, we have joint digital platforms for smallholders, for example, equipment rental aggregators. They also help with seed selection, and there are electronic marketplaces. And there's a brand name for this, which is Your Farming. In order to reduce the existing inequalities among women and smallholders when it comes to access to digital solutions, we make use of the following tools. Since 2022, we've introduced a program of digital literacy for rural women and young people, and more than 100,000 people have already been through this training. We've also had support from the Russian Ministry of Agriculture and major banks to develop digital financial instruments, including mobile credits, agro-insurance, with the use of satellite data, and there's an online platform for microfinancing for farmers who don't have a credit history. Furthermore, as part of the development of our digital systems, we've also established a system of monitoring of products, a traceability of products coming through our agricultural system. Each batch of meat and dairy products that are produced are monitored at federal level through a special Mercury system. That's the name of the system. You can imagine the size of the Russian Federation and how, in order for the whole country from Moscow to Vladivostok to be covered by this system, this requires quite a lot of electronic systems to provide the monitoring across that system. We're also developing blockchain models for the traceability of grain. That is particularly current given the work that we're doing with exporting grain. We're also digitizing the production process itself. By 2030, we will have launched a single digital platform for our agro-industry and fishing systems. This is a single dashboard for farmers with all of the necessary data, and also a digital land register for agricultural land. According to the initial estimates, this system will allow us to increase production in livestock by 15% and to optimize expenditure on preparation of land and sowing by 20%. We're ready to participate with all countries, to cooperate with them and to share our experience, to learn from yours if anybody is ready to share their experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation. Now I invite the CSO representative, civil society organization. You have the floor, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je m'exprime au nom du réseau.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Neoleni Europe and the Network for Food Sovereignty. As peasants, livestock farmers and farmers, this is not our process unless the document talks about we need to underscore the risks here. These are often seen for large-scale agriculture, and rules are imposed without taking into account the realities of producers. This creates dependency on platforms, patents, and infrastructures controlled by companies, strengthening inequalities and creating a new form of digital colonialism. Digitization, as well as the other things proposed as solutions to the climate and financial crisis, put nature at risk and make biodiversity a commodity. These are false solutions that distract attention and public funds. Real innovation lies in agroecology, anchored in peasant knowledge and collective seed systems and territorial markets, supported by strong public policy, protecting rural communities. The FAO document rightly underscores the digital divide, in particular for women and young people. However, the solution doesn't lie in more technology. Generational renewal should be access to land, to rights, to revenue. Without this, digital tools cannot make the next generation independent. Gender equality needs to go through dismantling structural barriers that exclude women from funding and decision-making spaces, rather than simply through digital applications like superficial ones. Consumers are also impacted, as shown in the Sophie report. Inflation and inequality push citizens towards ultra-processed food. Digitization must serve, not replace, these territorial markets. In conclusion, we urge FAO and member states to ensure the implementation of UN DROP and UN DRIP in digital strategies, to prevent monopolies and corporate capture in the governance of digital tools, to prioritise open, farmer-led, agroecology-based innovations over techno-fixes, to guarantee generational renewal and gender equality through access to land, income, and rights before digital adoption, and to invest in food, social security and territorial markets as the true backbone of resilient food systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. If there are no further requests from the floor, I would like to close the discussion on item number 5 of our agenda. It seems that we are a little bit ahead of time, which is excellent. It will give us more time to share in a less formal atmosphere during the coffee and the lunch our ideas, thoughts, knowledge, experience, which I believe is informal discussion, I believe, is sometimes more important, very important. So I encourage you to do that while you are out of this hall. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/44/25/5, taking also into consideration the interventions made under this item? If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document, taking also into consideration the interventions made under this item, will form part of the report from this session. Thank you very much for your contributions.
So we will now start with the next agenda item. We will not break for lunch. We will start with the next.
And that is...
yeah, and then we finish by 1 o'clock. So we
okay.
interrupt the next agenda.
As we are ahead of time, we decided to go further on with the agenda item 6, unlocking sustainable and inclusive finance and strengthening public-private partnerships for agri-food systems transformation in Europe and Central Asia. The background document number for this item is ECA/44/25/6. I would like to ask Mr. Arcos Sebeni, is that the right pronunciation? Senior Technical Advisor on Rural Finance and Investment in the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, to introduce this item. Mr. Saveni, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sorry. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce item 6 on unlocking sustainable and inclusive finance and strengthening PPPs for agri-food system transformation in the ECA region, based on the background paper ECA-44-25-6. In the interest of time, let me move directly to a brief presentation to provide some context for the discussion and also to reflect a bit on some of the key aspects of the background paper. Next slide, please. That's it. There we go. So let me begin by recalling that agri-food systems in our region are crucial for food security and nutrition, for jobs and rural livelihoods, for sustainable resource management and economic growth, and can be a crucial engine for making progress on the SDGs. Yet these systems face growing and compounding pressures from climate change, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, and geopolitical instability. At the same time, they generate substantial hidden health and environmental costs, estimated at $2.7 trillion annually in our region based on true cost accounting studies. Agricultural value chains are highly exposed to these pressures, and smallholders and agricultural SMEs in particular. I think we can all agree that transforming agri-food systems to be more productive, sustainable, inclusive, and resilient is therefore urgent and indispensable, and to achieve this transformation, finance is a critical enabler. Yet today we face a significant financing gap in our region. Public and private financing flows remain far below transformation needs. Many actors, especially smallholder farmers, women, youth, and agri-SMEs, are excluded from formal finance, and much of the finance that does exist is not aligned well with sustainability-related goals. Moreover, in many countries in the region, policy and structural gaps coupled with weaknesses in the enabling environment for finance can raise costs and risks and discourage private finance and investment in climate-smart business models, technologies, and infrastructure. Considering that these challenges arise both within and at the intersection of agri-food and financial systems and are influenced by multiple policy spheres, an integrated and systems-level approach is recommended. In this sense, our background paper proposes a three-tiered guiding framework for approaching the issue and also for assessing national financial systems' capacity and readiness to finance this transformation. At the macro level, the framework considers enabling environment, including how policy, regulatory, institutional frameworks, and the business environment shape how financial systems function, how they price and allocate financial products and investment capital to the agri-food sector. At the meso level, it considers the financial information and the rural infrastructure that influences the costs and risks and operating space for financial service providers. And at the micro level, it examines the supply and demand side dynamics to understand what financial products and services are available to different actors within agri-food systems and whether those are demand-driven and adequately responsive to their diverse financing needs for operations, investment, and risk management. And we believe that developing an evidence-based understanding of how these systems and these tiers interact and shape the availability, the affordability, and the end uses of finance is essential for pinpointing the constraints, identifying leverage points, and solutions that can expand access, strengthen inclusion, and better align finance with sustainability. So what does this mean in practice? The document highlights several opportunities, focusing on improving the enabling environment to expand overall access to finance for agri-food actors, strengthening financial inclusion, and promoting sustainable finance. It also emphasizes the need to more strategically use limited public finance to de-risk and crowd in private finance, while promoting the responsible adoption of financial innovation and digital technologies to lower costs, improve risk management, and outreach. It also underscores the importance of addressing critical meso-level infrastructure gaps. To capitalize on these opportunities, the document puts forward several priority recommendations. These include undertaking comprehensive agri-food system finance assessments to build an evidence base that can in turn be used for developing targeted action plans and integrated policy frameworks, including the adoption or strengthening of sustainable finance frameworks and national financial inclusion strategies. Equally important is strengthening the capacity of financial service providers on the supply side while improving the bankability of agri-food actors on the demand side. At the same time, investment is needed in meso-level infrastructure where PPPs and blended finance may help address critical gaps in such areas as climate-smart irrigation, storage, cold chain infrastructure, and digital connectivity. Finally, members are encouraged to mainstream the CFS principles for responsible investment to ensure that finance and investment delivers not only on productivity gains, but also on long-term sustainability in a responsible and inclusive manner. FAO, we believe, is well positioned to support members in implementing these recommendations by strengthening the evidence base on agri-food system finance, promoting knowledge sharing and strengthening national capacities. Through flagship programs like the Hand-in-Hand initiative, FAO uses advanced analytical methodologies to help members identify, assess, prioritize, and importantly, mobilize finance for priority investments agri-food systems. The FAO Investment Center, with its long-standing partnership with development financial institutions like EBRD, the World Bank, ADB, EIB, and IFAD, can provide members with tailored solutions for public, private, and innovative finance. And finally, FAO can provide capacity building to its members and leverage its partnerships with global financing facilities such as the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facility to help countries scale up and better utilize climate and environmental finance in pursuit of their agri-food system transformation objectives. With that, I would like to conclude and hand the floor back to the chair. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srebeni. Thank you for your presentation and on the sustainable inclusive finance and strengthening public-private partnerships for agri-food system transformation, especially for the priority recommendations and key opportunities that are very well explained in the background document. Now I'm opening the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor first? We are expecting you, Denmark.
Thank you. I'm getting used to breaking the ice here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Bosnia-Herzegovina, Moldova, Montenegro, Norway, Serbia, and Ukraine align themselves with this statement. The EU and its member states thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive background document, which rightly underscores that sustainable and inclusive finance, together with strong public-private partnerships, are indispensable for the transformation of agricultural and food systems in the region and beyond. We welcome FAO's role, especially that of the FAO Investment Center, in supporting members by providing technical expertise, facilitating knowledge exchange, and strengthening national financial and institutional capacities. We recall that the transition to greener, more resilient and inclusive agricultural and food systems are sustainable, and sustainable diets requires scaling up both the quantity and the quality of finance. Public resources alone are not sufficient, and hence there needs to be more engagement with financial institutions and the private sector to leverage additional finance. A conducive business environment must be created while aligning all finance flows with the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. We emphasize that the European Union and its member states are committed to advancing sustainable finance frameworks, contributing to climate resilience, environmental protection, and social inclusion. In this regard, we underline the need for effective use of innovative financial instruments with clear financial additionality, such as blended finance, which can de-risk investments and mobilize additional private finance, guarantees and other risk-sharing mechanisms, public-private investment funds, as well as green and blue bonds. Better coordination and harmonization of these tools is crucial in order to maximize their impact and ensure that they contribute to long-term transformation. The EU is rolling out Global Gateway to achieve such aims, including in the climate, energy, and agricultural and food space in Central Asia. Through the Global Gateway, the EU and its member states, working in a Team Europe's 360-degree approach, together with financial institutions and the private sector, support partner countries by leveraging investments in infrastructure and by supporting an enabling environment for investments. By investing in infrastructure in the region, we address structural bottlenecks, increasing bankability of agricultural and food systems projects, and unlocking additional finance. At the same time, innovative financing tools, including private and blended public-private financing for nature, can complement public support by rewarding farmers who maintain or transition to nature-positive practices. Stronger linkages can be created between these farmers and companies and investors with business interests in sustainable production, thereby generating new incentives and opportunities for green and sustainable agricultural and food investments. Finally, we encourage increased coordination between the FAO and relevant UN agencies and international institutions, capitalizing on their respective strengths and comparative advantages to deliver more efficient and impactful financial services. This is in particular relevant in the current constrained fiscal space, where avoiding overlaps and wasting of resources is paramount, but exploiting synergies such as through redirecting environmentally harmful subsidies. Such cooperation should aim particularly at strengthening the support to missing middle, small and medium-sized enterprises, rural women and youth who remain disproportionately excluded from financial opportunities. The EU and its member states remain reliable, credible, and solid partners, and we call on all members to work together to unlock the transformative potential of finance and partnerships. Agricultural and food systems must become engines of resilience, inclusiveness, and sustainability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Denmark. Now I invite the Russian Federation to deliver its statement. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, colleagues, in my statement, I will just refer to one aspect, to public-private partnership. We see this mechanism as one of the most important instruments that we have for transformation of agriculture and for developing the infrastructure in agricultural regions and, on the whole, improving the attractiveness of rural life and employment in agriculture. Over the last 10 years in Russia, we've carried out more than 200 large-scale projects involving public-private partnership in agriculture, with an overall volume of investment that is more than 4.5 billion euros. There have been a number of different key areas, and these include building and modernizing logistics and also processing centers, developing land improvement systems, introduction of digital platforms for the agricultural sector, and creating infrastructure for maintaining and distributing production, and what's particularly important, education in the agricultural sector and the development of agricultural sciences. We work actively in this area with our neighbors. One of the successful initiatives that we've had is a joint Eurasian Economic Area project on agricultural aspect. This is a public-private initiative to create rapid logistics projects for moving agricultural products from Russia to the Eurasian region, the Middle East and Asia. The initiative started in 2022. And in the time since, in the 3 years since, export of fresh products along railways have increased by 70%, and also the time of delivery has been reduced by half. We also give resources to setting up a beneficial investment environment. In particular, the state compensates up to 49% of the capital investment made by businesses in agricultural infrastructure facilities. There is also beneficial credits, mechanisms for financial return, rental of equipment, and also guaranteed access to credit. We're ready to develop international partnerships with all interested parties in our region and with private business structures. We think that the state should first and foremost create the conditions, and that business should then be able to deliver its potential. And one of the largest and I think most successful examples of public-private partnership in the country that is not just involving the Russian company Fosagro and the Russian government, which is a large producer of fertilizers. The third party is the FAO in this mechanism. Thanks to cooperation with FAO, we are developing a large-scale successful program on re-establishing soil health and maintaining soil health and maintaining its fertility, and in doing so aiming to maintain food security in our region and also in neighboring regions, including the Middle East and Asia and the Caucasus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation. I'm inviting now Ukraine to deliver its statement. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ukraine welcomes the comprehensive background paper on sustainable and inclusive finance. We strongly support its call for decisive action to align productivity with sustainability, mobilize private investment, and strengthen public-private partnerships for agri-food systems transformation in our region. For Ukraine, access to finance has become an existential challenge. Due to the war of aggression, which led to destroyed infrastructure, displaced communities, and severely disrupted agricultural production. But yet Ukrainian farmers continue to sow, harvest, and export food to more than 100 countries, even under shelling. To sustain this effort and to recover, they urgently need concessional finance, affordable credit, insurance, and risk-sharing mechanisms. A key tool has been the affordable loans at 5, 7, 9% program, a state initiative designed to support small and medium-sized enterprises by compensating part of the interest rate. The interest rate for borrowers depends on annual income and the number of jobs created. While funds can be used both for investment purposes, such as purchasing equipment, renovation, or construction, and for replenishing working capital. Since its launch, the program has provided over 100,000 loans, with agriculture receiving about 45%, making it the single largest beneficiary. Expanded with international contributions, including from World Bank, it remains a lifeline for Ukrainian farmers and rural SMEs. In 2022-2025, the program conditions were adapted to farmers, the possibility of obtaining loans for sowing even without a full package of documents. Deferred payments, special conditions for enterprises from affected regions. Based on this experience, Ukraine stresses 3 priorities. Inclusive access to finance for recovery and resilience. Smallholders, women, youth, and rural SMEs must have access to tailored instruments, concessional loans, index insurance, blended finance, and digital credit platforms. Strategic use of public finance to crowd in private investment. Public resources should de-risk investments and incentivize sustainable technologies and infrastructure. And the third, strengthening the rural communities through finance. Our Rural Development Strategy 2030 prioritizes rural revitalization, modern value chains, and irrigation. Sustainable finance is critical to empower communities to contribute to regional and global food security. Madam Chair, Ukraine stands ready to share its experience in building innovative financial solutions under conditions of war. We call on FAO and partners to expand inclusive finance and integrate crisis-affected countries into global initiatives. Investing in Ukraine's agriculture today means investing in a more resilient and food secure tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. Now we are moving to Switzerland. I invite the representative from Switzerland to deliver the statement. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Switzerland thanks the Secretariat for providing this background paper. We support the mentioning of the true cost accounting in the introduction, as this is an approach that can create transparency regarding the hidden cost and a foundation for more strategic decisions on coherent agriculture and food policies that reduce those hidden costs while contributing to sustainable development. Switzerland underlies also the importance of policy coherence and of strategically using public finances to de-risk and crowd in private investment, including through well-designed public-private partnerships. Such partnerships should adhere to the CFS principles for responsible investment, ensuring that they do not compromise sustainability or inclusiveness. Innovation, digital technologies, and artificial intelligence can play an important role in reducing transaction costs and expanding access to finance for underserved actors. At the same time, such solutions should be tailored to the needs of the most vulnerable, including smallholder, women, and youth, and ensure strong safeguards for data protection and privacy. Beyond financial flows, building capacities is key, both among financial service providers and food system actors, including smallholders, women, and youth, as well as small and medium enterprises. Strengthening financial literacy and bankability is essential for ensuring that inclusive and green finance becomes a reality on the ground and that enhanced finances reach the last mile. We also support EU's call for a strengthened collaboration of the FAO with other organizations, especially other Rome-based agencies. From a Swiss perspective, the recommendations could further be strengthened by explicitly integrating the true cost accounting to capture hidden environmental and social costs, thereby increasing transparency and enabling more strategic long-term policy decisions. Then clear safeguards and inclusiveness criteria for public-private partnerships and digital finance solutions to ensure smallholders, women, and youth benefit equitably without compromising sustainability. And last but not least, nutrition and food loss reduction dimension, which are critical elements of sustainable and resilient food systems, but could be more explicitly addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. I would like to invite Republic of Moldova to deliver its statement. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Moldova aligns with the EU statement in its 27 members delivered by Denmark. Unlocking sustainable and inclusive finance is a key precondition for transforming agri-food system in the Republic of Moldova. While significant progress has been made in advancing our EU accession agenda, Moldovan agri-food producers continue to face limited access to affordable finance and investment opportunities. Without adequate resources, it is difficult to modernize production, strengthen competitiveness, and adapt to the multiple crises that threaten the sector. In this regard, public-private partnership play a central role. The government of Moldova is actively promoting PPPs as an instrument to mobilize private capital, facilitate innovation, and build resilience across the food value chain. Such partnerships are especially critical in the areas such as irrigation, storage and processing infrastructure, renewable energy integration in agriculture, and adoption of digital solutions. In the same time, we recognize the importance of inclusive finance. Special mechanisms are needed to ensure that smallholder farmers and young entrepreneurs who often lack collateral are excluded from traditional banking system, gain access to credit and investment opportunities. FAO's expertise in developing innovative financial instruments, blended finance mechanisms, and capacity building initiatives remain essential in this regard. We also encourage stronger collaboration between government institutions, the private sector, and academia. Research and innovation are critical drivers of sustainable transformation, and Moldova is committed to fostering platforms where science, business, and policy coverage to test and scale up innovative solutions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Republic of Moldova. And I believe the last contribution, the last statement will be delivered by Uzbekistan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Uzbekistan thanks the Secretariat for the background document, which rightly emphasizes that without scaling up finance and investment, the transformation of agri-food systems will remain out of reach. In Uzbekistan, ensuring access to finance has been a central element of our agriculture reform agenda. Through the Agriculture Development Strategy 2020-2030, we are combining public support with mechanisms to mobilize private capital. Over the past few years, the government has mobilized around $4 billion in loans and grants in partnership with international financing institutions, international organizations, and donors. More than 1,500 agri-food projects worth $1 billion have been launched, many with blended finance. We recognize the challenges described in the background paper. Small peasant farmers, including youth and women, often face barriers such as limited collateral, financial literacy, and high lending costs. Uzbekistan is addressing these through various measures, including subsidies and credit allocation, digitalization, strengthening agriculture services, and piloting guarantee mechanisms. Incentives are being introduced for climate-smart irrigation, renewable energy use on farms, and diversification of crops beyond water-intensive production. A particular focus has been on empowering smallholders, including youth, who now need tailored finance and advisory services. Regional cooperation is essential, whether in developing shared guarantee instruments, harmonizing green finance standards, or leveraging the role of international financial institutions. We call on FAO to continue supporting members in strengthening investment planning and in mobilizing international climate and development finance for agri-food transformation through increased technical cooperation programs, namely TCPs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Uzbekistan. In fact, we have one more statement to be delivered by the representative from the civil society organization. The floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Central Asia, Europe and Central Asia Food Sovereignty Network. Peasants, pastoralists, fisher people and indigenous peoples remain at the heart of our agri-food systems, yet finance rarely reaches them. As the background document itself recognises, subsidies and financial flows are too often skewed towards large-scale actors. This undermines small-scale producers' ability to live with dignity and blocks the agroecological transition that society urgently needs. Finance must be guided by rights, not by profit. We call for the full implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Farmers and other rural actors who participate in food and nutrition, UNDROP and UNDRIP, which means securing access to land, water, seeds and territories, and protecting peasants from debt traps, financial speculation and unfair trade. For pastoralists, this means the right to mobility, grazing lands, water points, and for fisher people it means access to coastal waters and rivers and protection against industrial fleets and aquaculture that grabs their territories. These rights are non-negotiable foundations of food sovereignty. Public policies must guarantee remunerative prices covering production costs, as peasants' organisations have long demanded, And this should come together with public food reserves, market regulation, and social protection schemes. Without these, so-called inclusive finance remains an empty word. Public-private partnerships, as promoted in the background paper, too often open the door to corporate capture and the financialization of food systems. What is needed instead are public financial instruments under democratic control. Public banks and funds directed towards small-scale producers, that's what we need, as well as food social security systems ensuring access to healthy food for all citizens while supporting territorial markets, and also targeted support for women and youth, not just as consumers of finance, but as rights holders with access to land, credit, and decision-making. Generational renewal is impossible if the only pathway is indebted, large-scale, export-oriented farming. We need public land banks, priority access for young entrants, and financial tools adapted to small-scale, diverse, agroecological farms. Women must be explicitly supported with secure land rights and gender-responsive finance beyond tokenistic microcredits. We must also highlight the rights of agricultural and food workers. According to the ILO, agriculture remains the most dangerous employment sector, with accident rates double those of other industries, and more than 40,000 deaths annually from pesticide exposure. Any financing strategy must uphold the principle of decent work with fair wages, safe conditions, and respect for migrant and seasonal workers' rights across the food chain. Consumers are also part of this financial picture. As the SOFI report shows, inflation pushes more and more people into food insecurity, redirecting finance toward food social security, local procurement, and solidarity-based markets links producers and consumers in ways that strengthen both livelihoods and public health. In conclusion, we urge FAO and members to redirect finance from export-oriented agribusiness towards small-scale producers, territorial markets, and agroecology. To uphold the rights of pastoralists to grazing land and mobility, fisher people to waters and oceans, and workers to decent labour conditions. To put in place public tools, including price regulation, public reserves, and food social security, instead of relying on private finance and public-private partnerships, and to guarantee generational renewal, gender equality, and indigenous peoples' rights as the foundation of any sustainable financial strategy. Only by anchoring finance in rights and public policies can we truly transform agri-food systems towards food sovereignty and climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CSO representative. If there are no further interventions, I would like to close the discussion on item number 6 of our agenda. No. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/44/25/6, taking also into consideration the interventions made under this item? It seems yes. If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document, taking also into consideration the interventions made under this item, will form part of the report from the session. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of the morning session. We will now have a break until 2:30 p.m. However, before we start the break, I have some important updates. The lunch will be served in the hotel restaurant on the ground floor. All participants are kindly invited to be back in the plenary room at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sessions, and we will continue with item 7 because we managed to finish item 6 during the morning session. I would also like to remind you that the government of Hungary will be hosting a dinner at the Museum of Agriculture located at the City Park today at 7:00 p.m. The event will also incorporate the ceremony for the FAO mark of recognition of young farmers in Europe and Central Asia and the official opening of the FAO 80 regional exhibition Seeds of Change. Bus transfers are organized from the hotel to the museum and back. Full details are available at the registration desk and will be announced at the end of the session today. While I wish you a pleasant lunch, before we leave the room, I would like to invite you to join the ECA family photo here on the small podium. Yeah, shall we?
Please join us here on the podium.
This podium?
Yeah, yeah.
Recording stopped.
Can I ask someone to close the doors and we can start now? But
This is perfect.
okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now continue with the agenda items 7 and 9 because we have managed to complete the agenda item 6 before the lunch. And we hope to finish today's session at 5:30. Please note that although constructive discussion is very important, the working hours of the interpreters finish at 5:30 p.m., so discussions after 5:30 p.m. will not be interpreted. Our next item is agenda item 7, advancing gender equality in the region, update on the progress made. The background document number for the item is ECA/44/25/7. I would now like to ask Ms. Mariana Bicchieri, Gender Officer in the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, to introduce this item. Ms. Bicchieri, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, participants, dear colleagues. I'm delighted to be here today with you, sharing the progress made by FAO advancing gender equality in Europe and Central Asia. I will walk you through some key highlights and the way forward in the next 8 minutes. But before we go into that, we have a brief video to set in the scene. So I'd like to ask our colleagues from IT to play the video. Thank you. Thank you so much for the enthusiasm about the video. And we are going now to go through some key highlights of the background paper. As you have seen in the video, women play a key role in agri-food systems in our region. Let me see if the presentation is on. Very good, thank you. Women play a key role in agri-food systems in our region, and I'm glad to start on a positive note. I'm pleased to say that on average, Europe and Central Asia we have some of the most advanced gender-related indicators in the world. For instance, literacy is quite high. However, despite that, discrimination still persists. There are differences across sub-regions, but in general, rural women in remote areas are more likely to face discrimination and to fall into poverty. And the reason of that, it's because quite often they are not considered farmers and they do not have the opportunities, the resources to develop their full potential, as we have seen in the video. And they also face higher rates of malnutrition and food insecurity compared with men. And all that is exacerbated by the compounded effects of political instability, conflicts, and climate events. Data is still limited, but based on what we see from FAO research, we have some challenges ahead. As you can see, most rural women in the region work informally, mostly unpaid family farmers. And despite being 40% of the agricultural workforce in the region, only 10% have access to rural advisory. So in practical terms, it is as if we are training for a football match, but instead of training the whole team, we are just training less than a half, which doesn't make sense. So the result of that, rural women do not develop their full potential, and agri-food systems are not so sustainable and productive as they could be. So to address these issues, FAO has been implementing its Regional Gender Action Plan as a way to foster gender equality and rural women's empowerment to make agri-food systems more productive and sustainable. Our plan is implemented through 4 main pillars. Because there's this lack of data, we invest strongly on studies, field researches, assessments to fill the gaps and understand the needs of rural women and men. With this information in hand, we implement a twin-track approach. On the one hand, we work with our members. We engage civil society, different line ministers, different stakeholders to build them, develop the capacities to engage in policy, dialogue, and development. And on the other hand, we work with rural women themselves. We provide the training, the opportunities that would help them boost their productivity. With capacities in place, with evidence in place, we also support our members with policy development and advocacy. And of course, all that needs to be translated into action on the ground. So we also develop projects and programs, and let me give you one example of that in very practical terms. In this picture, you're seeing Zanigor from Uzbekistan. After a divorce, she was left destituted with a toddler. And because in her community, beekeeping is considered a man's value chain, she didn't have the support that she needed to overcome the challenges. That was turned around with one of our projects. She received the training, she received the tools, and nowadays she's running a very successful beekeeping business, and she is providing for her family and for her son. This demonstrates that when women have the opportunities, they can thrive and they can also lead rural development. So these are some of the knowledge products that we have been preparing, more than 26 since the last session of ECA, and in some cases, these are the only resource available at the national level to understand the needs of rural women. And we also have been implementing projects in several countries, as noted in the background paper, addressing gender issues as a standalone or a cross-cutting issue. And we have some inspiring results from Georgia. This is Salome, and she took part in one of our projects. 1,200 women dairy farmers were trained in food safety, market-oriented cheese production, leadership. And as a result of this project, Some lead farmers managed to have a 155 revenue increase. Again, this points to the potential of investing in women. And of course, this will not benefit only the women themselves, but also the communities, her families, and society as a whole. One important aspect of our work is that we engage with men as allies. We demonstrate the advantage of gender equality, as I just shared with you, and instead of focusing only on women, we engage with society to address the root causes of gender inequality, and this is what we call gender transformative approach. We have seen some very inspiring experiences through our policy support and strong commitment to gender equality from countries in our region. One interesting example is Uzbekistan that recently adopted a gender strategy for the ministry. We have also placed a strong focus on communication and advocacy to expand our outreach. We launched a newsletter, a podcast series. We have produced videos as the one that you've seen today and live stories as the one of Salome and Zarnigor. And the idea of that is not only celebrate their achievements, but also give voice to rural women so they are seen as leaders, as innovators, and agents of change. So, as we conclude, we have many challenges as we talked about making agri-food systems more productive. But there's one area where progress is within reach. Global research from FAO indicates that if men and women had the same access to resources or opportunities, agri-food systems productivity could be enhanced by 20 to 30%. So investing in rural women and girls in this context is not just a moral imperative or the right thing to do, it is critical to make agri-food systems more productive. This is the moment of reaffirm our commitments and take action through gender transformative approaches. And we also invite you all to be intentional together with us and intentionally translate these recommendations of our background paper into national action plans, allocating the resources needed. And this way, members can help ensure that gender equality remains both a priority and a driver of sustainable agri-food systems. We thank you for your continued engagement, and we are very keen to hear your suggestions, recommendations to help us strengthen this important area of work. And change is within reach. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Thank you for reminding us on the role of the rural women and their continuous efforts to position themselves in the rural community and in the society in general. As you said, they are playing a key role in the agri-food systems. While it is optimistic to hear that in our region the situation is more advanced comparing to the other regions, there are still many challenges to cope with. With this, I would like to open the discussion on this item. And before turning to Denmark, I would like to ask if any member or observer representatives like to take the floor first. Okay, Denmark, as expected. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for the strong presentation and the concrete examples on this very important topic. Madam Chairperson, I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Bosnia-Herzegovina, Moldova, Montenegro, Norway, Serbia, and Ukraine align themselves with this statement. We express our appreciation for the efforts made by the ECHA Secretariat in collaboration with the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia in thoroughly reviewing the advancements made towards gender equality within the FAO's work in the region. The ongoing updates play a vital role in the attention, support and commitment of members to this crucial issue, as well as to the ongoing challenges that persist. We recognize the progress made, but also express our deep concern about the significant and persistent challenges faced by rural women, as well as about the complex convergence of recent crises that have exacerbated gender inequalities. We highlight the importance of developing comprehensive and transformative approaches and policies that recognize the diversity of rural women and promote their full, equal and meaningful participation, leadership and resilience. It is essential to invest in equitable access to land, production inputs, financial services, education, innovative technologies and rural infrastructure to alleviate the disproportionate burden of unpaid work and expand social protection. We welcome the implementation of the Regional Gender Action Plan 2023 to 2026, the REGAP, and we call on members to promote the sustained use of disaggregated data to guide evidence-based decisions, strengthen institutional capacity, and promote multi-sectoral dialogue to integrate the gender perspective. We reiterate our firm commitment to gender equality as an indispensable driver for inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agricultural and food system, which is key to fulfilling the commitments of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Beijing Platform for Action. We urge multi-sectoral cooperation and the engagement of the private sector and civil society to accelerate progress towards real equality by promoting inclusive business models, practices, and strengthened dialogue and coordination. Finally, we wish to emphasize that gender equality and women's empowerment remain central to the EU's external action. In this regard, we also welcome the efforts of the CFS, the Committee on Food Security, regarding the establishment of voluntary guidelines for gender equality and all women and girls' empowerment in the context of food security and nutrition. We welcome the upcoming UN International Year of the Women Farmer in 2026 as an important opportunity to accelerate progress towards gender equality in agricultural and food systems. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Denmark. Anyone else who would like to contribute to the discussion? Switzerland and then Spain. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And Switzerland thanks FAO for the update on progress in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment in Europe and Central Asia. We appreciate the continued priority given to this agenda through the Regional Gender Action Plan 2023 till 26. The appointment of the first gender officer in the regional office is also welcomed and timely. Advancing gender equality requires expertise both in the regional office and at FAO country offices. Mainstreaming and advancing gender equality through transformative approaches should be a matter in all work and projects. To this end, FAO must ensure that the relevant expertise is available at all levels. Gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are not only human rights obligations, but also essential for building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food systems. We highlight the importance of capacity development, sex disaggregated data collection, and the meaningful participation and leadership of women, including rural and young women, in decision-making at all levels. In Switzerland too, women in agriculture face challenges such as underrepresentation in leadership roles and a high burden of unpaid work. Their contributions are still too often seen as help rather than recognized labor, resulting in limited access to social benefits like pensions, maternity leave, and health insurance. Switzerland stresses the importance of implementing the CFS voluntary guidelines on gender equality and women's and girls' empowerment in the context of food security and nutrition. We support and encourage FAO in the implementation of these guidelines at the global, regional, and national level financially. To further contribute to women's economic empowerment, Switzerland supports the joint program called Accelerating Progress Towards Rural Women's Economic Empowerment, which brings together FAO, IFAD, WFP, and UN Women. We call on FAO to strengthen collaboration with Rome-based agencies and UN system partners, and to expand transformative approaches that address structural barriers to gender equality. We underline the need to continuity beyond 2026. We encourage FAO to develop and adopt a new gender equality action plan after the current regional gender action plan concludes, ensuring that the momentum is not lost and that lessons learned are integrated into future priorities. Finally, Switzerland reaffirms its commitment to advancing gender equality in food systems and strengthening transformative, multi-stakeholder and right-based approaches that empower women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. I was about to say that you are punctual like a Swiss clock, but 18 seconds means nothing beyond the time. So I invite Spain now, following the Russian Federation.
España agradece a la FAO.
Spain would like to thank the FAO for their presentation on this item, and in particular, the work carried out by the Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia in applying this Gender Action Plan 2023-2026. Spain aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union, made by the Danish delegation. The gender gap and achieving equality between men and women continues to be a great challenge, and to effectively overcome it, there is still a great deal of work to be done. Agri-food policies and rural development need to include the gender perspective across all aspects in order to remove all social and economic barriers that hamper female participation, as well as access to training, to finance, and to participation in governing bodies in the communities where they work and live. Gender equality is one of Spain's great political priorities, both on a national level as well as in its international action, supporting the inclusion of gender policies in all multilateral fora. For this reason, we welcome the effort being made by the FAO to ensure gender equality is a reality in agri-food policies, and we urge the organisation and all of its members to redouble their efforts to remove obstacles that still prevent equality between men and women becoming a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. Russian Federation, the floor is yours.
Madam Chairperson, colleagues, involving women and youth in agriculture is very important to us, considering the demographic trends in our region. Forming a modern and effective agro-industry complex requires the creation of the conditions for equal participation of all in it, men, women, youth, and that be the case across all production processes. In Russia's rural regions, there are around 19 million women. They take part actively in developing our agro-industrial complex at all levels, including managing large-scale agricultural farms, and other enterprises. A great share of the leading posts in the ministry, including the Minister of Agriculture and the other posts in the ministry as a whole, are taken up by women. Modern technologies, including artificial intelligence, open up limitless opportunities for expanding women's involvement in the agricultural sector. A campaign being run in colleges and higher education establishments with an agricultural profile this year showed increase in interest in studying these specialist areas by women and girls. This trend is also seen in special agricultural economics classes that are being held in Russian schools. The Russian Ministry of Agriculture is looking at the possibility of developing and introducing special disaggregated markers that will allow us to analyze the situation of women's representation throughout the sector. This will allow us to carry out timely corrections and to develop stimulating measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russian Federation. We are moving to the representative of the civil society organization. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I speak again on behalf of the Nilini Europe and Central Asia Food Sovereignty Network. Women, peasants, pastoralists, fisherwomen, indigenous women, and migrant women are the backbone of our food systems. Through seed saving, biodiversity preservation, unpaid care work, food processing and preparation, they sustain territories and societies. They are also at the forefront of building resilience, advancing agroecology, and developing solidarity, commons, and feminist economies. Yet, their rights remain systematically undermined. The background document recognizes progress on gender equality, but the reality is that women continue to face exclusion from land, territories, decision-making, and public support. In the European Union, gender equality is not a binding objective in common agricultural policy, and national strategic plans are not required to address it. Young women in particular face structural barriers to land, credit, and markets, while migrant women workers remain concentrated on precarious and under-regulated sectors of agriculture and food. Our movements are clear. Advancing gender equality requires centering intersectional popular feminism as a pillar of systemic transformation. This means dismantling patriarchy, together with racism and all other oppressions, as laid out in the civil society and people's organizations' autonomous assessment. Women's assemblies and spaces of diversities must be strengthened, and men must be trained in feminism and in new masculinities to break harmful behaviors. Feminism is not a side issue, but a foundation for building resilient and just agri-food systems. International frameworks already oblige states to act. The Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women asserts the right of rural women to access and use natural resources, including seeds, and to preserve and exchange them. UNDRAP affirms women peasants' rights to land, water, territories, and resources, and their right to participate equally in decision-making. This must be implemented in practice, not just cited. At European level, future common agricultural policy reforms must establish gender equality as a specific, obligatory objective. Gender disaggregated data, gender-responsive budgeting and audits, and targeted support for women must become standard. At national and local levels, public procurement and territorial markets must give priority to women producers and fair prices, and public programs must expand agroecological training and support to women starting or sustaining small-scale farms. In conclusion, we affirm that women are not only food producers but political actors. Their knowledge, leadership, and collective feminist struggle are essential to rebuild our food system and reclaim our rights. We urge FAO and member states to make gender equality binding across all agricultural and food policies, and support women as leaders of food sovereignty and systemic transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, CSO representative, for your intervention. And now I'm inviting Ukraine to deliver its statement.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Ukraine welcomes the comprehensive update provided by FAO and on advancing gender equality in Europe and Central Asia. We fully agree that sustainable and resilient agri-food systems cannot be achieved without the active participation, empowerment and recognition of rural women. Before 2022, in Ukraine, about 2.7 million people were employed in Ukraine's agricultural sector, accounting for 70.2% of the national workforce. The ongoing war of aggression by the Russian Federation has led to a significant reduction in the number of workers, but it has also transformed the role of women. With many men mobilized, increasing numbers of women have taken on full responsibility for farms and food production, established and developed their own agribusinesses, and acquired new knowledge and skills for business management. Ukrainian women are successfully meeting these new challenges. They not only ensure essential food production, but also strengthen the social resilience of rural communities, supporting evacuated families, volunteers, and neighbors. Ukraine therefore stresses three priorities: inclusive recovery and support of rural women. International assistance must ensure that rural women in Ukraine have equal access to finance, land, digital tools, training, and social protection. They are not only helpers, but key producers and decision makers in agri-food systems. Gender-responsive approaches. In crisis contexts, FAO and partners should mainstream gender equality in all programs for recovery, demining, climate adaptation, and food systems transformation. Ensuring women's voices are included in policy design is vital. Sharing best practices. Ukraine is ready to share experiences from its ongoing reforms, including digital platforms, which can improve transparency and provide targeted support to women farmers. In conclusion, Ukraine reaffirms its strong commitment to promoting gender equality as an integral part of agricultural recovery and resilience. We encourage FAO and all member states to redouble efforts so that rural women who are carrying such a heavy responsibility in times of crisis receive the recognition, resources, and opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. If there are no further requests for the floor, I would like to close the discussion on item number 7 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/44/25/7, taking also into consideration the interventions made under this item? It seems yes. If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document, taking also into consideration the interventions made under this item, will form part of the report from the session. Thank you all. Now we are moving to our next item, item 9, FAO's response to the multiple crises in Europe and Central Asia. The background document number for this item is ECA/44/25/9. As this item was planned to be part of the written correspondence procedure, and an introductory video was published by the Secretariat online. I'm opening the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor first? Then, Mark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I am honored to speak on behalf of 26 members of the European Union, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Moldova, Montenegro, Norway, and Ukraine align themselves with this statement. 26 member states of the European Union would like to thank the FAO and its regional office for Europe and Central Asia for their work in the region over the last biennium in response to multiple crises. We appreciate the comprehensive background document setting out detailed policy recommendations presented for this agenda item. We stand ready to work closely with the regional office in addressing these crises and to share knowledge and experience with our partner countries in the region in order to enhance cooperation and achieve synergies. As the background document states, there has been significant progress over the past 2 decades in terms of addressing hunger and food insecurity in the region. At the same time, the document shows that there are significant challenges for the region's agricultural and food systems, which risk reversing the progress made. We agree that in order to address this risk, accelerated action is needed to strengthen the resilience of agricultural and food systems and improve the affordability and accessibility of nutritious food for all. As the background document explains, the unprecedented outbreaks of transboundary animal diseases in 2025 across Europe, I mentioned as example African swine fever, foot and mouth disease, peste des petits ruminants, lumpy skin disease, and sheep and goat pox, illustrate the region's vulnerability to transboundary animal diseases, which have resulted in mass culls of affected animals, border closures, and widespread import bans from trade partners, all significantly disrupting regional trade. In this regard, we welcome the relevant policy recommendations set out in the last chapter of the background document and acknowledge the need for increased investments in infrastructure, training, and veterinary capacity, as well as the importance of promoting sustainable practices to reduce vulnerability and enhance resilience. As the background document explains, in recent years, the agricultural and food systems in the region have been exposed to a complex interplay of crises: COVID-19, war, economic instability, climate shocks, and biodiversity losses. We acknowledge FAO's efforts to help countries cope with these challenges and welcome the initiatives undertaken by the FAO to help the countries in the region deal with the escalating impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation, including through the promotion of climate-smart and organic agriculture, sustainable land and water management, and biodiversity conservation in the region. 26 member states of the European Union wish to highlight FAO's role in the humanitarian development peace nexus to address food insecurity, with particular focus on vulnerable populations. In this regard, we reiterate the importance of FAO's assessments and studies carried out to promote understanding of the impacts of the multiple crises in the region, including relevant information provided on markets and trade. We express our deep concern over the troubling rise in the magnitude of conflicts and wars worldwide, and the inability of the international community to secure and uphold the right to food as a universal human right. In this regard, we particularly stress the man-made consequences of conflicts in terms of global food security and, in this context, reiterate our great concern over the hugely disruptive impact of Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Also, while we condemn in the strongest possible terms Hamas and its brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks, we remain deeply troubled by the unprecedented magnitude and severity of the humanitarian crisis, which continues to unfold in Gaza, with catastrophic levels of acute hunger and food insecurity, as also highlighted by the FAO. The EU calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the unconditional release of all hostages, leading to a permanent end to hostilities. It deplores the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, the unacceptable number of civilian casualties, and the levels of starvation. The EU calls on Israel to fully lift its blockade on Gaza to allow immediate, unimpeded access and sustained distribution of humanitarian assistance at scale into and throughout Gaza, and to enable the UN and its agencies, including the FAO and humanitarian organizations, to work independently and impartially to save lives and reduce suffering. Israel must fully comply with its obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law. The EU recalls the imperative of ensuring the protection of all civilians, including humanitarian workers, as well as of civilian infrastructure, including medical facilities, schools, and UN premises. Moreover, we also express our grave concern at the growing acute hunger and food insecurity in other regions and countries affected by escalating conflicts and humanitarian crises, from Sudan to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Yemen, Afghanistan, and Haiti. Specifically, in the context of this meeting, which brings together countries of Europe and Central Asia, we highlight the consequences for food security, both at regional and global level, resulting from Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, one of the world's major suppliers of wheat, maize, and other crops. As stated in the background document, Russia's war has triggered economic, social, and political instability, especially in the 16 FAO program countries with transitional economies and fragile governance structures. The background document also explains that Russia's war has limited access to essential inputs such as fertilizers and fuel, increased production costs, and complicated transportation logistics. Moreover, according to the background document, Russia's war continues to hinder agricultural recovery in Ukraine by destroying irrigation systems, storage facilities, and machinery, weakening its vital role in the global food supply chain as a major exporter of wheat, corn, and sunflower oil. And to this end, we should also add the export of stolen grain from occupied Ukrainian territory. We refer to the decisions adopted by the 33rd and 34th sessions of the European Regional Conference, which specifically state that the actions by the Russian Federation and Belarus have been characterized by the FAO Council as incompatible with the objectives and purposes of the organization, and therefore amount to a violation of member nation obligations under the FAO Constitution. We thank FAO for their efforts to monitor the consequences of Russia's war against Ukraine for global availability and price levels of food commodities, and to implement measures aimed at mitigating the disruptive impact of the war. We call on FAO to continue its monitoring work and provide members with regular updates, including on reconstruction and rehabilitation costs in the Ukrainian agricultural sector incurred by loss and damage resulting from Russia's aggression. Furthermore, we call on FAO to continue implementing the assistance plans to restore Ukraine's food-producing potential and to continue developing plans to address the global food security implications of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, including emergency response plans and medium and long-term assistance plans. In this context, we thank the international community, among others FAO, the Crop Trust, Nordgen, and the ECPGR for early emergency support to Ukraine's National Gene Bank, accommodating an essential variety of agricultural plants and safeguarding the country's agricultural heritage. The 26 member states of the EU will continue to contribute to FAO and other multilateral and bilateral initiatives supporting Ukraine's agriculture and its role in global food security. We will also continue to support Ukraine's agricultural sector directly to ensure that food exports can continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Denmark, for your intervention on this important item in the agenda. Any other member or observer representatives would like to take the floor now? Yeah, so now it's first was France. I'm sorry. France following Lithuania. You have the floor, France.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. France aligns itself with a statement made by the presidency of the EU on behalf of 26 member states. France strongly condemns Russia's illegal aggression against Ukraine. For 3 years, Russia has deliberately attacked Ukrainian populations and infrastructure in violation of international humanitarian law. Russia uses hunger as a weapon of war. Russia destroys Ukraine's agricultural infrastructure, its ports, its storage units, while polluting its soils and water reserves. The contamination of land, agricultural land, with landmines has caused major environmental damage, hampering Ukraine's production capacity. These actions of war continue to have an impact on food security at a regional level and a global level. France calls upon the FAO to continue its actions in the region in line with the report from the European Regional Conference ERC 34 from May 2024 and the Council 177 report from April 2025. France also calls upon the FAO to continue with its resolute action to respond to all of the agricultural and humanitarian crises happening in the region. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, France. Lithuania, the floor is yours.
Chairperson, distinguished delegates. Lithuania fully aligns with a statement delivered by the European Union and its member states. Allow me to add some reflections in my national capacity. The multiple and overlapping crises in Europe and Central Asia continue to challenge our collective ability to ensure food security. One crisis of direct consequences of our region is Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. This unjustified war has devastated Ukraine's agriculture, disrupted global supply chains, and driven up food prices worldwide. It is a man-made shock with far-reaching implications for global food security, especially for the most vulnerable. The EU and its member states remain steadfast in supporting Ukraine's agricultural sector and in contributing to FAO and other initiatives to restore Ukraine's vital role in global food supply. We commend work of FAO and its regional office for Europe and Central Asia in the region and their efforts to monitor the impact of the war on Ukraine's agriculture and encourage the organization to continue reporting regularly. At the same time, we welcome FAO's work to help countries address the escalating challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation, as well as its policy recommendations on strengthening veterinary systems and livestock disease monitoring. Looking forward, transformation must be rooted in innovation. In Lithuania, we are investing in precision agriculture, digital technologies, renewable energy, and sustainable practices that make food systems more resilient and future-ready. We believe these experiences can be shared through FAO's regional initiatives, supporting countries in scaling up innovative solutions and bridging knowledge gaps. Finally, Lithuania stands ready to cooperate with FAO and all partners in building resilient and sustainable agri-food systems, upholding international law, and safeguarding the right to food for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lithuania. I invite now Romania, following Ukraine.
Chair, distinguished delegates, Romania aligns itself with the statement delivered by Denmark on behalf of 26 member states. We also express our appreciation for the FAO's ongoing efforts in responding to the multiple and interlinked crises currently affecting our region. At the heart of this crisis is the ongoing war of aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, a war that continues to cause immeasurable human suffering and extensive damage to Ukraine's agricultural sector and to international agricultural markets as well. The consequences of this illegal invasion extend far beyond Ukraine's border. The disruption of grain exports, destruction of rural infrastructure, contamination of agricultural land, and displacement of farming communities have destabilized global food markets, triggered spikes in food and input prices, and exacerbated food insecurity in both Europe and vulnerable regions worldwide. In this context, we commend the FAO for its swift and coordinated support for Ukraine. We particularly welcome the FAO's emergency and early recovery response plans for Ukraine. These actions demonstrate the importance of FAO not only as a technical body, but also as a key actor in upholding the food security as a pillar of peace and stability. Apart from the war in Ukraine, food security is affected also by several overlapping crises facing Europe. We cope with the growing impacts of climate change that are increasingly affecting agricultural production and food supply chains. All this brings significant economic pressures, increased energy costs and inflation, thus driving upwards the food insecurity across the region, especially for the most vulnerable. Romania believes that building resilient, sustainable agri-food system must remain at the core of FAO's response. We strongly support FAO's work on climate-smart agriculture, risk monitoring, and early warning systems. Such tools are essential not only for responding to current emergencies, but for preparing for future shocks. We also call on FAO to continue its efforts in addressing the crisis in our region and alleviating the impact they have on food security. We also encourage FAO to continue aligning its crisis response with longer-term objectives, such as the EU's Farm to Fork strategy, ensuring that our food systems become more inclusive, environmentally sustainable, and economically viable. This includes strengthening smallholder farmers, promoting biodiversity, and supporting innovation and digitalization in agriculture. In conclusion, Romania reaffirms its support for FAO's mandate and work in our region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Romania. Ukraine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ukraine thanks the Secretariat for preparing background document and acknowledges FAO's important role in supporting members of the region in addressing multiple overlapping crises. The war of aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine remains the main driver of crises in our region and beyond. The destruction of agricultural infrastructure, mined farmland, targeted energy facilities, and blocked ports have had devastating impacts on Ukraine's agri-food systems and beyond. The total losses of Ukraine's agriculture are estimated at over $83 billion, with reconstruction needs of around more than $55 billion. For Ukraine, FAO is a reliable partner, especially today, as we sustain agricultural production under conditions of armed aggression. We value the solidarity of the international community, which through FAO helps Ukraine preserve its role as a global food donor and mobilize investments in value chains, trade and export capacity, seed security, and other critical areas under the Emergency and Early Recovery Response Plan for 2025-2026. Ukraine appreciates FAO's continued assistance, including emergency inputs and support to vulnerable households, the grain storage support strategy, work on restoring value chains, recovery and reconstruction assessments of the agricultural sector. and digital solutions. We acknowledge FAO role in advancing digital transformation of Ukrainian agriculture, in particular its work with the State Agrarian Register, as well as support for other digital tools that strengthen the opportunity for Ukrainian farmers to receive timely support. We encourage FAO to continue scaling up this support and deepening cooperation with donors and international financial institutions. Ukraine identifies the following priority actions: recovery and resilience investments in frontline and adjacent regions, land reclamation, modernizing and recovery irrigation systems, supporting demining and land rehabilitation as fundamental for recovery, strengthening logistics and trade facilitation, rebuilding disrupted supply chains, increasing post-harvest storage and cold chain infrastructure for vegetables and fruits, including grading, packing, and logistics, developing deep processing of agricultural products, expanding local procurement and school feeding programs, integrating Ukrainian products into humanitarian supply chains, promoting digital and innovative solutions for farmers to increase resilience and sustainability, continuation of humanitarian initiatives aimed at overcoming hunger. Ukraine strongly supports FAO works in responding to multiple crises and calls for continued targeted assistance as a matter of priority. A resilient Ukrainian agriculture is vital not only for millions of rural households, but also for global food security and solidarity. I thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. I invite Switzerland to deliver its statement. You have the floor, Switzerland.
Thank you very much. Switzerland thanks the FAO for this document and encourages it in its efforts to address these crises, both through immediate measures and through medium and long-term interventions, taking into account the link between development and humanitarian aid. FAO's main added value lies in building long-term resilience through sustainable, inclusive approaches while strengthening the adaptive capacity of the affected populations. We express our profound concern regarding the escalating number and scale of conflicts and wars across the globe, including the conflicts in our own region. They have negative impacts on local and global food security. Switzerland calls all parties to strictly respect international humanitarian law and human rights. The parties to the conflict must ensure the protection of the civilian population with a particular focus on the vulnerable populations. Switzerland welcomes the policy recommendations in Section 5. The emphasis on comprehensive monitoring, early warning systems, and evidence-based decision-making is important for improving food security and preparedness. We appreciate the focus on social protection, inclusive support for smallholders, women, youth, and vulnerable populations. Switzerland also welcomes the attention to trade resilience, strategic reserves, market transparency, and adherence to international agreements, which are key to safeguarding food security and stabilizing agri-food markets across the region. At the same time, Switzerland notes that the recommendation could be further strengthened by the following points. An integrated approach that meets immediate humanitarian needs, builds resilient livelihoods, and contributes to peace remains key. It is necessary that all relevant international actors, particularly the WFP, IFAD, UNICEF, and UNHCR, coordinate their efforts and develop complementary activities. Greater collaboration should include the establishment of joint programs and closer alignment of services, especially in areas such as data analysis, transport, safety and security, logistics, and infrastructure. In particular, the development of joint monitoring tools is needed to better identify synergies and complementarities. When providing assistance to community, Switzerland encourages FAO to continue prioritizing cash assistance as an important tool to ensure demand-driven support in line with people's expressed priorities. To summarize, FAO has a major role to play in responding to these multiple crises, to these multiple and interconnected crises, building on its normative, technical and convening function, and we encourage it in its efforts to address them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Next is the Russian Federation. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Before I begin, I'd simply like to clarify. I can't see everyone in the room. Is anybody planning on taking the floor on this item besides me, so that I don't have to take the floor again? If nobody else wants to take the floor under this item, then I'm happy to speak now. So the silence would suggest to me that nobody else wishes to take the floor, so I'll start now. Colleagues, I have a statement. We sent this statement to the Secretariat, and the interpreters have the statement. But I'm not going to read it out, because I don't want to. I don't want to waste my time. I will apologize in advance to the interpreters, because the interpreter will have to interpret on the fly. So I'll speak slowly, and I will try not to speak too much. The first part of our day I thought was very good, because we spoke about real things, and there was some kind of rational kernel to our exchange of views. But now I'm simply bored, and that's because I have the wholehearted feeling that some people are still in 2022 or maybe 2023, but certainly people are not in 2025. And therefore, listening to a repetition of some things that don't actually correspond to reality is boring. Take the distinguished delegate of France who talked about hunger as a weapon of war. That's a thesis from 2022. I could ask him what he means by that. That we use hunger as a means of waging war in Ukraine. But that doesn't correspond to reality. There is a hunger index, and Ukraine on that index is in the 106th place of 127 countries. So black on white in this document, it says that in Ukraine there is not hunger. There is malnutrition. But is there not also malnutrition in France, or maybe in Spain? Perhaps it exists in Italy. There is malnutrition everywhere. But the delegate from France insisted, as in 2022, that Russia is using hunger as a weapon of war. Now, turning to the destruction of infrastructure. Well, to put it mildly, there is Israel, there is the Russian Federation. The military potential of the Russian Federation doesn't come below the potential of Israel. If we wanted to destroy this infrastructure, then we would have done it. We would have done it 3 years ago. We have the capability of doing so. But the infrastructure not only still exists, it is still developing. And you yourselves know this, because this infrastructure is transporting the agricultural products from Ukraine through the ports to Romania, for example. At transition points, it's also going to France, to Poland, to Belgium. and everything is fine. But if it was bad, if it was truly bad, then probably your farmers in Poland, in Czechoslovakia, wouldn't be standing in the street saying that there are these cheap Ukrainian agricultural products that are flooding our markets and driving down our prices. You see? That's why I'm simply bored of hearing from you. And I'm not the only one who's bored, but also many other representatives of the Russian Federation in other fora. If you were staying with the times, you probably would have found other arguments, but you're not even looking for them, and I know why. Because it's comfortable for you to keep using those arguments that you made in 2022. And looking at the situation differently is something that you can't do. And the situation of where you all are was described best of all by the Secretary of State of the United States, J.D. Vance. He described the situation as precisely as possible. He said that your problem is with you at home. It's not in Ukraine. Ukraine has its own problems. It's not in Russia. Russia has its problems. But your problems are in your countries, are at home. But of course, you're not worried about that now, evidently. I was very pleased by what was said by the delegate from Ukraine. If I was marking out of 10, I would have given him 10 out of 10, because it contained the central thesis. Help re-establish, and then everything will be fine. Don't help yourselves, don't re-establish yourselves. Give us money and everything will be fine. Bring us money. I support Ukraine. Give us money. Invest. Invest in agriculture. Invest more in weapons. And just remember, though, one simple thing. There is an ancient Persian proverb that covers this situation. Therefore, you can live as much as you want to in 2021, 2022, 2023, but the train has already left. It's already in 2025. And soon it will be 2026. And you can continue to live in 2022 if you want to. I thank you. My colleagues are listening to the interpretation, and it seems that the interpreter didn't translate the proverb, which is that the dog barks, the wind blows, and the caravan goes. And the caravan, the European caravan, the caravan of European history has gone. It will soon be 2026, but you're still living in 2022. And therefore, I'm bored with you, specifically on this. On everything else, we had an excellent discussion. And you had a lot of different ideas, good ideas, and they coincide in many ways with our ideas. But on this issue, really, you are out of the picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Any other member who would like to take the floor? So
we're at the end.
Yeah, if further interventions are not requested, I would like to close the discussion on item number 9 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/44/25/9, taking also into... Oh, I'm so sorry, Ukraine. My apologies. Ukraine. Take the floor, please.
Just a very short intervention before we close. I would like to say that Ukraine is ready to provide some inputs on discussions of this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It is noted. So is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/44/25/9, taking also into consideration the interventions made under this item? If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document, taking also into consideration the interventions made under this item, will form part of the report from the session. So,
there is the Russian Federation.
Russian Federation, take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We've gone through the text very quickly, but specifically on this item, I'd like to have a reservation on my position. When we have the outcome document, we will look at the text, and then we will outline our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Well noted. So thank you all. With this, we have concluded today's part of the session. I would like to thank all delegates for their participation and interventions. I would also like to thank interpreters for their excellent job. I'm looking forward to complete our work tomorrow, but before we leave, I would like to give you some information on today's and tomorrow's logistics. First, I would like to remind participants about the site event tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on the situation and needs of rural youth, insights from across the region. It will take place in this room. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided into English, Russian, and Spanish. Furthermore, please let me inform you that tomorrow morning, following the site event, the government of Hungary kindly invites the delegates and observers for a field visit to 2 different sites. You are kindly invited to register for a visit to the site of your choice. If you have not registered yet, please contact the registration desk. Buses for the field visit will be leaving from the hotel at 9:15 a.m. and will return to the hotel at 1 p.m. At that time, lunch will be provided in the hotel restaurant on the ground floor, just as it was today. The draft report from the session will be made available to the participants during the lunch break, and the plenary session will resume at 14:30 p.m. to allow sufficient time for delegations to review the draft report. At the request of the ECA Secretariat, I kindly ask the rapporteurs and the report officers to contact the Secretariat now to agree on the schedule for the preparation of the report. Dear colleagues, I would like to reiterate that we will be leaving for dinner with the buses at 6:30. From in front of the hotel, the organized transfer will leave from the museum back to the hotel at 9:30 p.m. So better not to miss any of this. Thank you again for your active and positive participation, and I look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow. Have a good evening and excellent dinner. See you later.